All righty, good morning, everybody. This is day 9 of budget hearings. We're going to get started. First up is New Orleans Council on Aging. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for the packets. Hello, Steve. Hello, Adam. Sit there.
You got it? You said here?
Yes.
Oh, I got you.
Said you did before age.
You do that kind of boy.
Please proceed.
All right. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing us to give us this opportunity to come and present our budget to the City Council. I have Martin Humer with me on my left, who is the Director of Community Services, Miss Sabrina Durbin, who is our Controller, and Sandra Carmouche, who is my Assistant Executive Director.
Good morning.
Martin is going to start with our presentation, talking a little bit about the state of seniors living in New Orleans. And then we're going to go through the presentation that we have developed for you. And then finally, I have a little something that we're going to talk about the future of what the New Orleans Council on Aging would like to do. Martin.
Okay, so I'll start off with apologizing that we're not going directly into the presentation, but we have encountered some new data about the population of seniors that we feel the council needs to know. Particularly our seniors have been having a really rough time these past years. So we know that we've been reporting that we have met our pre-Katrina numbers with the population of seniors at 82,000. This year we got corrected that because of a high mortality rate in seniors for the last several years, and also because we have a high living rate, it costs so much to live in New Orleans, we're having we've had a 5,000 population decrease in seniors to 77,300 seniors living in New Orleans. Some of the reasons for the decline, reading from this, are the higher mortality rate, which I already mentioned, but also lack of resources and a higher cost of living in New Orleans has caused their family members to move their elders to another place that's cheaper to live or have them move to a cheaper location. The not so good news is that we have become #1 in the nation in several areas. The metropolitan area, which includes New Orleans, Metairie, and Kenner, has risen since the pandemic, has risen from being 4th in the nation for seniors who are either food insecure, which means they're hungry, but they can get access to food, but it may not be healthy food, and very low food security, which means they are skipping meals in order to get medicine, pay rent, et cetera, and so on. We moved from 4th to #1. Currently, we have 10,000 that are the food insecure right now in the population, and 4,700 of those are actually very low food security, which means they are skipping meals. The other thing that we have risen first to is number of seniors living in poverty. We were 3rd before the pandemic for the metropolitan area, but now we're 1st. Currently, we have about 10,899 seniors living in poverty. And then the other statistic is 8,643 households in New Orleans have at least one senior living in the household that is living in poverty. our friends at United Way did the analysis report. And what they found is that there's another subset. We usually focus on those that are in poverty or those that are, but there's an additional 30,920 individuals who are what we would call meeting their basic needs, but they're one emergency or one bad decision away from joining their fellow seniors in poverty. These individuals, of this subset of individuals, only 35% of them have any retirement savings. And what we have experienced at the council is that a lot of them were forced to retire early because of the pandemic, and they used the majority of those retirement savings to pay off debts such as mortgages or car payments, and et cetera, and so on, meaning that they have very little left for the rest of their retirement. This means that both of these populations, a total of half of our senior, a little bit over half of our seniors living in New Orleans, are reliant almost solely on government benefits and utilize utilities in order to make, utilize charities in order to meet their basic needs. The metro region is also one of the highest in the nation for seniors with who are HIV positive or have other diseases related to that. Currently in New Orleans, we know that we estimated there are 2,041 individuals that are currently living with HIV. Of those, we know that 486 are living in poverty, 208 do not have health care, and 522 are living in an unstable home, meaning that that home could be taken away from them any minute. I'm not going to go heavily into the loneliness, but the Surgeon General did a report on loneliness of seniors and of Generation Z, because with the pandemic, they found that both of those populations, that they were told to self-isolate, told to keep away from people in order not to get COVID-19. Well, they ingrained that into their everyday activities. And so the Surgeon General has found that the quote is being what he calls being socially disconnected, but it's the same as isolation, being socially isolated, is similar to that. The mortality impact of being socially disconnected is similar to that caused by smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day, and even greater than that associated with obesity and physical inactivity. We have, as I said, we have actually seen evidence of this. We have provided events that have been underattended by seniors because they are more afraid of coming into large groups. Some of our partners have had similar things. So a big thing for our population is trying to get them to come and interact socially. There are studies out there that currently say that the act of talking on the phone or doing a video call, it does not have the same impact as if they were meeting face to face and doing activities together. With our LGBTQI seniors, we are third in the nation of places that they want to live. The reason for that is because compared to other areas that are LGBTQI friendly, we are cheaper. No, we just said we have high housing costs, but if you compare it to Miami, which is #1, and San Francisco, which is #2, we have cheaper living costs than those two areas. So we have a significant population of LGBTQI seniors. The big problem for them is that they are starting to closet back in. The reason they're starting to closet back in is because they are concerned that when they have to go into either assisted living or independent living or other facilities, that they will not be safe. So they are recloseting. And I think that's all I have on that. So I'll go ahead with the presentation.
Can I just one quick comment?
Yeah.
Do you mind emailing us these statistics? These are really important statistics and I think the council should have them handy.
Okay.
Thank
Yes.
you. Appreciate that.
All right, so our goals for 2023, we had a couple goals. The senior centers will provide intake and eligibility to senior citizens in New Orleans Parish. The goals are to create a social environment and support system to reduce social isolation and depression, prevent premature institutionalization through activities, and basically getting them to also do mental activities as well. Provide wellness activities designed to provide services such as which will support and or improve the older person's mental or physical well-being, exercise, physical fitness, health screenings, provide transportation from to the center and back from their home, provide recreational provisions of an individual or group activities that promote social interaction and well-being among older adults, and give information assistance. I won't go into the whole thing, but basically if they need help, they can go, they'll contact us and we'll help them get whatever information they need. So the New Orleans Council on Aging exists to protect the rights, promote the well-being, and enhance the self-esteem of New Orleans elderly by generating opportunities for self-reliance and independence. Our vision is to have quality supportive services accessible to older adults in New Orleans so that they are able to age in place with dignity at home in their communities. Among the programs that New Orleans Council on Aging provides through direct services are homemakers, information assistance, assessments, outreach, National Family Caregiver Support Program, nutrition, retired senior volunteer program, senior centers, senior companion program, senior RX, aging and the Aging and Disability Resource Center. The New Orleans Council on Aging is a private nonprofit corporation established in 1975, which serves the area as the area agency on aging for the Orleans Parish. We are responsible for ensuring that comprehensive and coordinated assortment of social, recreational, educational, and nutritional services are provided to persons age 60 and over in the city of New Orleans. So the Council on Aging had so far, and this is only, our data is only till October 23, we have served over 5,000 seniors in our services. And we break it down on the slide here per program, but I need to explain that everything is still in progress because we don't end our count until the end of December. So we don't have the full amount. We do know that we should see a spike between October and December in nutrition, where we're going to see a significant increase. And I was also told that we should see a couple of the other programs see a spike as well. All right, so part two, you asked about our full-time employees. So we have 60 full-time employees, and we have hired 4 new employees since January 1st, 2003. And whoops. There we go. And then basically for 2024 for our request, our goals are the same as I read before, so I'm not going to read through them again. And we are making a request for funding. The request, I believe, is a 10% increase.
Yeah, that we had
from last year. So we are asking for a total of $4,043,399. And that's it for me. I will turn it over to Mr. Rogers.
Okay, ladies, any questions of Martin, the information that he just shared with you?
And the only small question I have before getting to Councilmember Green is, resources are everything. It looks like you get no federal money right now. Is that right?
Wait, I'm sorry.
No federal, is there any federal dollars that you get? Yes.
Yeah, we do get some federal dollars
Okay.
through the governor's office of elderly affairs.
Okay,
Those particular dollars that we did receive are targeted towards preventing COVID. And so we're coming up with some programs that we can help with those particular programs. That particular funding ends in July of 2024.
okay,
So what we come up with, we have to expend those funds by then.
all right. And then it says state grants money, but no state revenue. So you're grant funded through the state only?
Yeah, as the funding in the Administration on Community Living, that is the federal program that we come under its particular auspices. The Administration on Community Living has X number of dollars that they send to the governor's office of elderly affairs, which is our state office.
Okay,
And those are mandated programs from the Administration on Community Living. And in those particular programs, that's the meals program, our social services program, and also homemakers. And so we have particular dollars that the state sends us for that. In the meantime, thanks to the help of our state representatives and state senators, they were able to get some additional funds that we get every year that we utilize for the senior centers, which is state supplemental senior centers. And then whatever we receive from the mayor's office.
thank you.
That's basically our funding pattern for the Council on Aging.
Got it. Thank you very much,
All
Mr.
right.
Rogers. All right, Councilmember Green.
Good morning.
Good
Thank you for
morning.
your presentation. I heard the comments relative to loneliness, and obviously there are a number of senior citizens, thousands of them throughout our city, who would be benefited by participation in the daily programming that takes place at the centers. But of course, you're limited in the terms of the numbers based on the size of the centers, Olive Grove, whether it be Pontchartrain Park and the like. How many are you able to service on a daily basis? And when I say service, have available to them a facility for people to come to get lunch, to participate in instructions?
On a daily basis, I would estimate through all of the 14 senior centers, we serve about 2,000 individuals.
So you have centers that over 100 people can come to, for
Oh,
example, like the.
Well, we
Pontchartrain Park?
have certain centers where over 100 people can come to.
Right.
And I can just name them offhand. Carrollton, Holly Grove, Pontchartrain Park is basically at capacity right now with about 80 people. Lower 9 has a waiting list and they have over 80 individuals. Tremay they don't have a waiting list, and I don't know if they would be able to go up to 100. They would probably maybe in 70. We have the people from Arthur Mundy, Tremay, Lower 9, and Carrollton Holly Grove here in the audience today. The next one would probably be Mercy Endeavors. Mercy Endeavors facility could probably accommodate that amount of people, and also Central City. Now, then we start to get down to the smaller centers such as Arthur Mundy, Lower Algiers, and Gentilly. Their capacity based on the amount of space that they have would be able to, I would say, on a roughly about 50 individuals. So we only have maybe about 4 that can accommodate over 100 people on a daily basis.
Do you feel that you'd have a great demand if you had like more locations?
I think we would. There are some, and I'm going to talk about that in some of our future plans. Naturally, we need to have something in Mid-City. Mid-City is an uncovered area for senior services. And we've also, talking with Councilman Thomas over the years, we've been trying to figure out how we can service those individuals in New Orleans East, even though we do have a center in New Orleans East. It's located right off of Bundy and Shuffmantur Highway. When we talk about the east, we also talking about further into the east, somewhere around Joe Brown and in that area, going east towards Lil Woods. That's an unserviced area too. So we have two really unserviced areas here in the city of New Orleans where we could, if we had the additional funds and also the place, have some additional senior center services.
Because I think many of our churches are unutilized during the week, and they might be open toward making space available for centers. Obviously, it comes down to funding.
It is, it
Right.
does, Councilman. It comes down to funding, because we have been approached by other locations, especially to open up, and we have been able to open up meal sites in some new locations, especially in senior housing. Prior to Hurricane Katrina, we had 43 meal sites throughout the city of New Orleans. Right now, I want to say we're down to about 20. And again, as Martin said earlier, hunger is starting to rear its head as one of the main, I guess you could say, culprits. Thank you. Main culprits for seniors in Orleans Parish.
Well, we certainly would like to do something about that. This council has been very generous relative to the provision of social services and support for organizations that have come to show us the case or make the case. And I'm not saying that there are a ton of resources necessarily on the horizon, but if we can do something that is specific relative to addressing hunger and having other locations available so that we can get beyond this loneliness, because though there are 2,000 seniors in the programs, there could probably be 5,000.
Correct.
They could probably be 7,500.
Well,
I mean,
then
we
you would
can't reach
bring
out
it
to
to,
them all.
then there another aspect would come in, and that would be transportation. Transportation, in fact, when we were leaving our offices to come here, there was this lady who came to the Power to Care program, and she came on the RTA, the Handicapped Accessible Transit. And so we asked her, because we had already serviced her, took care of her account and credited her account towards a utility bill, that she said, well, why are you still here? She said, well, I'm waiting for the RTA. And we left the office at 9, but her RTA bus service wasn't scheduled to come back for it till 11. So that means 2 hours she's gonna sit there waiting for the RTA to show up, and they might not show up at 11. All right, so you know, transportation is another problem. Fortunately for us, and I would say, and just a small fortunately, we're gonna pick up 2 new vans this week from the state, but they are already been assigned to 2 of the centers. So that's just limited in helping try to alleviate some of these transportation problems. But for us to really grow, then we need to have not only a transportation program that we could enhance, but you know, I'm going to go back to that old thing. And if y'all have heard me talk about this over a number of years, we need to find a way to get some dedicated funds for the New Orleans Council on Aging. Aging is not going away. All right. All of you sitting up there. All right. I hope to see all of y'all get to the age of 60. All right. And yeah, that's right.
We're past
You know,
that.
and it's increasing. In fact,
On this side of the room, we're past that.
yeah, well, all right. On that side of the room, y'all passed that. On the other side of the room, all right. So you know, it's a situation. I mean, it's around the corner. In fact, and that kind of goes into what we're looking at going further. Thanks to Senator Royce Duplessis for the last 2 years, he's been able to get us some capital outlay funds. So we now have $5.5 million in capital outlay Schedule 1, so that we could look at building or purchasing a new building for the New Orleans Council on Aging. And also with that building, we're going to add especially a senior citizen center. So with that and looking into the future, we hopefully, and with this council's help and with the city's help, we are looking at the New Orleans Council on Aging Gerontological Wellness and Research Institute on Aging. And the institute will be the first of its kind. Opportunities for implementation of innovative research in aging and real-world situations in the city of New Orleans. In the next 7 years, 2030, 60% of the nation's population is going to be over the age of 60. Around that same time, New Orleans, Americans, well, the older Americans in New Orleans will be 30% of the population. Knowing this, we are trying to create an infrastructure that will help in accomplishing the mission of assisting seniors to live independently and have healthy lives. So we are proposing to develop a consortium of the following health and educational institutions in the region to collaborate on this project with the goal of future seniors of New Orleans living healthier, and long lives with the help of LSU, Health Sciences, Medical School, Nursing School, Public Health, Tulane University School of Medicine, School of Social Work and Public Health, Xavier University School of Pharmacy, Dillard University School of Nursing, Loyola University School of Nursing, Southern University School of Nursing and Social Work, the Chamberlain School of Nursing, and Delgado School of Nursing. So hopefully with this multidisciplinary institute, we'll be able to research education on all issues concerning the aging process. So I know it's a lot to wish for, but we've got to the first part. We were able to secure some state funds for us to look at a new building, and we're in the process of doing that right now. And with that, and then as I said, with the help of the city council and also of the administration to help us look for the match money, we've also written to Congressman Carter, and we will be writing to the rest of the state's congressional delegation for the 5.5 that we've secured. We have to come up with 1.6 in match money. That's Martin's responsibility. He's going to be diligently going forward with that so that we'll have the funds that we can go on and put our dream in work. Because you know, the best age is the age that you are now. And we hope to be able to make sure that New Orleans, especially New Orleans and the senior population in New Orleans, can live long and live independently. And that's one of the best things, to be independent, to be able to age in grace.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you guys, man, and thank you to all of the seniors for their contributions and for hanging in there, and to the Council on Aging. I remember being on that board several years ago, and I think it was one of my best experiences. Chairman Geruso, our aging population contributes 40% of the nation's economy, but they only make up 35% of the population. But they give more than even their population of what they receive back. I'm glad you brought up the issue about New Orleans East, because with the demographic shift, especially post-Katrina, and the fact that communities where many of our seniors and many of our families come from are being gentrified, and they can't afford to live in those communities anymore, that migration towards the East, even when it's not a natural one, it's a forced one. But the services don't match, especially, you know, I've broken down the history of that, and you and I have talked about it in the past. One of the things I want to ask you about is that I remember being on the Board of Council on Aging, working with that group, yourself, Ms. Becknell, the efforts of Dorothy Taylor and Roy Glapion. I remember when you guys had the conversation about how do we protect seniors from rising costs. I think back then there was cost about millage increases, fee increases with the Sewage and Water Board and others. And Dorothy and Roy had put together an effort, a legislative effort to exempt our senior population. Given what we see now, especially with inflation, are we still in those kinds of conversations? Because everybody's asking for more money for sanitation, for this agency, for that agency, and then the cost of living. Or is your board engaged in those conversations now like you were then, especially when Dorothy and Councilwoman Taylor and Councilwoman Glapion would take the lead on fighting to at least exempt a certain senior population.
We haven't had those conversations yet with our board, and I'm glad that you brought that up. But as the New Orleans delegation starts to prepare their legislative budgets and ideas going into the new session, then we'll have some discussions with some of our state reps and state senators to see if that's feasible. Yeah, and you're correct. One of the things that we get, information on and people come to talk to us about is unfortunately the rising cost insurance, especially for those individuals who own their own homes, how trying to insure that home. The other thing is some seniors have talked to us about the millage increase that's going to happen with the tax increase, that's going to happen when they implement, either you roll forward with the new taxes from the assessor, what the assessor has proposed, but that's all state law. So that's just something that we're just going to have to try to come up with some ideas that we can help mitigate that, because we want to keep seniors in their own homes. We want to keep them viable in the community.
So you think it's worth entering into those discussions again?
Yes, I think
take a look at, especially when with rising costs.
Yeah, and in fact, I'm sorry to cut you off, Councilman. I mean, that's not only pertinent to New Orleans, it's pertinent to the senior population of the state. We have over 1 million seniors in the state of Louisiana.
Well, I was going to go there. First of all, kudos to our New Orleans delegation, Royce Duplessis, Miss Boyd, Jason Hughes, Dr. Bowie, and them have been stellar in their attempt to fight for seniors at the state level. It's just interesting, and you and I talk about this, especially on the Good Morning Show, when we look at all these reports, that our two most vulnerable populations, when you look at the Dallas report for United Way, the ones we say we love the most, the babies and the seniors, actually, if you look at the Alice report, are the populations that are most in jeopardy. And not only have you been saying that for years, but I think we have an opportunity now. Our new governor has asked for recommendations from his committee for executive orders. And maybe one of his executive orders was that no new costs be passed on to our senior population, period. That they're capped at where they are, especially in line with some of the discussions the great Dorothy May Taylor used to have, is that if, and especially given the data that I shared earlier, they contribute 40%, but our seniors only make up 35%. So you're always given more. And I'll never forget Roy Glapion said one time, he said, even if somebody makes more than our seniors, you can't catch up because the period of time is so long that the seniors then put in more than the money that you think you're putting in. So I would just hope that with our delegation and here, because we're talking about roll forward villages, more costs, the city's budget seems to be getting bigger, but our citizens' budget seems to be getting smaller. So looking forward to those discussions like we used to have. I think they'll be important because I think if Councilmember Green, if we can cap payments for seniors, that's at least one way we can protect them because they've already paid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Mr. Rogers, I just want you to share information with seniors so that they can be on the same page and recognize that even though the assessor may send you an increase in assessment, it doesn't mean that your taxes are going to go up, because state law requires a rollback when the assessments go up. The city council has courageously, especially because we have so many demands put on us, unanimously voted that the 99 mills that we control, and I don't use that word control lightly, but the bottom line is that come under the purview of the city are not going to be increased. We're going to continue to not roll them forward, so there'll be no city tax increase. You have the power to have your seniors talk to the school board, to talk to the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority, and somebody whispered to me the third agency, because I'm just forgetting, but whatever it is, those are the only agencies that are in a position to roll their millage forward separate from the city council. So the assessments to those seniors who are watching doesn't mean that you're going to get an increase in taxes, especially on the city portion of it. That's all.
Yeah, well, Councilman Green, our assessor, Mr. Williams, has always been able and been approachable. In fact, he has sent his individuals to a lot of our different events when people, our seniors had any kind of questions. So that they, in fact, he has attended some of them too. So they would get the information straight from him. So they understand and they know what's going on in terms of what's happening with finances going on here in the city.
I don't want
But
them.
thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't want them to sell their houses saying that taxes are going up, because that's not necessarily the case. Taxes may stay exactly as they were last year if other agencies choose not to roll forward their millage. The bulk of the millage is controlled by the city of New Orleans, and we have voted and we have implemented in the face of many challenges, including everybody requesting more money. I understand that. But the bottom line is that the city, as controlled by this council and mayor, have agreed that we're not raising taxes.
Well, thank
Just tell them. Okay.
Thank you. All right, only comment card I have is from Mr. Burnside. Thank you all for being here this morning.
All right.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'm 59 years old, so I guess a year from now I'll have a chance to join you guys. There are a lot of things here that I would like sort of to touch lightly on, very lightly. You have multiple photocopies of the same page in your presentation. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. You have copies of tables that don't include the actuals for 2022. The same table has proposed FYI 2024 in it twice. I'm not sure that you need it to be there twice. It would be good to have a pie chart because it would be nice to know visually what you were explaining to Councilperson Jeruso, because I didn't fully follow all the discussion about where your various revenue streams come from.
Yeah.
And it would be good to have that visually available for all of us. Let's see, what else do I want to touch on? You have 60 employees, which is substantial. It would be good to know whether you have vacancies. It would be good to know their salaries. It would be good to know if you're hiring in the future or not and what their FTEs run you. If you've got 77,000 seniors in the city and you serve 5,000 of them, it might be nice to have some idea what is the condition of the ones you're not serving and why are they not taking advantage of your offerings. As far as the rest of it goes, it would be good to highlight your connections to RTA and to the public libraries and to the specifically NORD and the facilities, for instance, for senior swimming or some of these things that allow connections across community. So thank you for letting me talk. I do want to say thank you very much for bringing to our attention that loneliness is the same as 15 cigarettes a day. I think that's something that really catches a lot of people's attention.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for the presentation. We appreciate you
All
being
right,
here.
thank you.
And I know somebody from the mayor's office working with Ms. Cheryl on some of our housing issues
All right.
that you got us about. So thank you all very much. All right, next up is SPCA, and please start whenever you're ready.
I need to check using the mouse or. Parking?
Yeah.
Actually, the two board members that are here. She not in if she gotta do this one, so.
Was up on the Monday. Miss Evie, on the Monday. Saying hello. I got you. I'm about to come down there now.
I'd rather. Oh my God. You sound lovely. Feel free to join.
Good morning. I think that one may have trouble. You may want to use the one right next to you. Yeah.
Maybe this.
Yep, there you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, city council members, for inviting us to present today. My name is Anna Zarilla, and I'm the CEO at the Louisiana SPCA and the manager of New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue, which is the entity under which we provide the services to the city of New Orleans. So this morning, I wanted to start off by talking a little bit about the difference between Louisiana SPCA and New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue. Louisiana SPCA, as you know, is a nonprofit organization, and the work we do under that umbrella is really focusing on the root causes of the problems related to the animals in our community. We have a separate LLC, which is New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue, which is the responsive side that deals with the problems after they've occurred. So on the Louisiana SPCA side, when we look at the problem of stray dogs, we think about there are more and more stray dogs in the community. Our piece of it on the SPCA side is looking at the overpopulation of animals. And so when we raise money under Louisiana SPCA, we're focusing those dollars on the root cause of the problem, which is to provide affordable spay neuter and subsidized spay neuter for animals throughout the community. When we see animals coming into the shelter that have preventable diseases, the Louisiana SPCA side raises money to make veterinary care accessible and to do community events that brings veterinary care out into the community. So our strategy is to make sure that we have vaccination events. And this past year, we were able to do them both in Gentilly and New Orleans East. We look at the issue of heartworm disease in Louisiana, actually throughout the South. We know that the root cause, or one of the root causes, is lack of access to heartworm testing and prevention not being affordable. So on the SPCA side, our strategic response is to partner with groups like the Interpup, which is a rescue group in our community, to provide heartworm screening. And this year we were able to do that at the Gentilly vaccination event that we did. Next year, we're hoping to be able to do it both in New Orleans East and Gentilly, and we're hoping to have some additional locations. We've also partnered with mosquito, termite, and rodent control to do more outreach work across both public health and animal health. Because we tend to lead with the animal piece of the puzzle, right? We want people to be concerned about mosquitoes because they transmit heartworm disease, but we know that the same vectors, heartworms, fleas, ticks, and mites, spread disease not only in in animals, but also in humans. So through the partnership with mosquito, termite, and rodent control, we're actually working hand in hand to message around when we are addressing these different insects, we are not only benefiting animals, but we're benefiting humans. And on their side, they're messaging, it's important for humans to be healthy and not get diseases from these insects, and it impacts your pets. And this is the first time that we've been able to do this messaging together. We've also worked with the city's new department for homeless services to make sure that they're also receiving vaccinations and flea and tick prevention, because we know it's not just about the animals, but it affects the people around them. We see animals that are being relinquished into the shelter. And so on the SPCA side, we focus on raising money to have a pet food pantry. We partner with Second Harvest Food Bank to receive large donations of pet food that we then distribute out in the community to neighborhood food banks and groups that do human food distribution, because we know when people are struggling with food and they have pets in their households, often they will skip their own meal in order to feed their pet. And so we want to make it as easy as possible for the community to get the resources they need when they're in a situation, what we call a situational crisis. So it may not be a permanent situation, but whatever the situation is, they need extra support. We've continually partnered with the low barrier homeless shelter that the city developed to make sure that those folks that are accessing that shelter, that temporary shelter, don't resist the opportunity because they can't bring their pets with them. Instead, we work with that low barrier shelter to make sure that the pets have the care they need, meaning vaccinations, flea and tick. We often will give them a bath and make sure that they're, smell nice and fresh so that the animal can stay with the person in that human shelter and not separate the person from the animal. And likewise, we've been doing a lot of work with the homeless community because we know there are more and more people that are living, in different parts around the city, under bridges along the interstates, and they have pets. And so we want to make sure that those pets are receiving the care they need, and that people are accessing care, and that their pet is not limiting their ability to do that. On the humane law and rescue side, so this is the piece that we do on behalf of the city through the CEA. Really, there are two primary purposes. So public safety and public health are the two drivers of that service. We do that through our field response. For several years now, we have been, we integrated our dispatch through OPCD, and that is 911 and 311. And so our response goes through that mechanism, and it's important that the community knows that that's where complaints need to go. If it is an emergency, to 911. If it is a non-emergency, but still an issue that needs response, 311 is where the community needs to report those issues, because our officers are dispatched directly through OPCD. And so that has been a change, and it's one we're working to continue to message out to the community, but it's really important because when they call us directly, it is delaying the time that it takes for that officer to get information that they need to be able to respond. The priorities are public safety. So that's always going to be an animal attacking when the attack is in progress. That's going to be law enforcement that needs assistance because they've gone on the scene and there are animals on site that need to be restrained or removed. We work closely with EMS, with fire, and often the coroner's office when there's a deceased person and their animals in the household that need to be removed in order for them to do their jobs or just to be held until next of kin can be contacted. We shelter stray, lost, and unwanted pets. We place animals each year, over 2,500 animals through our adoption program, through our work with local rescue groups, as well as our transport program. And our rabies licensing program is really one of the events that the community knows and expects, and we have continued to do that. It is my hope that we can expand and do more than just rabies vaccinations, but we have a little ways to go with that event in order to get to the place where we could actually do full vaccinations and even include microchips eventually. So this year I included some of our goals as well as some of our performance metrics. Our goal each year is to respond as quickly as possible to incoming calls and resolve those calls. This year, we are averaging 7 unresolved calls per month. Last year, we were closer to 190 unresolved calls per month. So we've made great strides in closing out calls and responding, based on the priority code, of course, and doing it very quickly. Part of that has been that our staffing has been higher. So we've been able to run 3 shifts during the week, and that makes a big difference. I'd like to continue to do the 3 shifts, but staffing will certainly be the driver and whether or not we can actually staff it 24 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Where there is slower response are the calls that will come in on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, because we don't currently do regular services on Saturdays and Sundays. So we only do emergencies. So if a call comes in later on a Friday, sometimes it doesn't get responded to until Monday, if it's not an emergency. So our second goal this year was to attract and retain team members, and this is particularly important on the field team. Last year, we were averaging 3 officers a month. This year, we've been able to increase it to 5 officers a month. Our goal is to have 7. And the biggest issues are, attracting and retaining. So these are really difficult jobs, as I've shared with you all before. Not only do they need to be exceptionally good at handling animals who are often scared or, just showing difficult behaviors. They need to be really good communicating with the community members and problem solving and trying to resolve issues right then and there. And they also need to be able to prepare evidence for court appearances. And so finding individuals who have the ability to do all 3 of those pieces is not always easy. And the training time is significant. So it takes us at least 3 months before an officer can actually be on the road on their own. And it takes an additional 3 to 6 months for them to really be competent in all the different areas of their jobs. And so I share that with you to say it's not that we're not hiring, it's not that we're not moving forward, but it does take time. And so we want to keep building out our team and make sure we have the strongest team possible. We do have 2 vacancies currently, and so we are actively recruiting and screening candidates. The third big piece of this work has been managing our shelter population. And our goal is to place as many animals as we can that are healthy and safe to be in the community. And I want to keep driving that message, is that safety is paramount. We have to make sure that the animals that go back in the community could live next door to any of us, right? And so there are animals that come into our organization and their behavior does not indicate that they would be safe to put back out in the community. And there are animals that also have some pretty extreme health conditions. that would require a lot of money and or time to remedy. And so it doesn't mean that if they're sick or injured, they won't be adopted or placed. But those are considerations when we look at our population. This year is the third year in a row that our intake is increasing. And when I drilled into the numbers a little deeper, the dog numbers are increasing each year, and those are the ones that are more expensive and that are harder to place. These are big dogs. So this year, in the first 3 quarters, we've taken in almost 250 more large dogs than we did last year. And those are some pretty big numbers for us to keep moving quickly through the system and get them into homes if at all possible. The last big goal that we focused on and that we focus on every year is being responsive to the crisis, the emergencies that face our community. And so this year, during the extreme heat advisories that we had for an unprecedented amount of time this year, our officers were out in the field supporting the city employees that were distributing resources. And the specific piece that we focused on was helping particularly the unhoused that had pets with them. And so working with the Department of Homeland Security, working with the health department, the city's health department, we came up with a plan to provide frozen water bottles. And the idea was that the frozen water bottles could be distributed as they melt. You know, that would be cool water that could be provided to the animals and or to the people. And so there were several weekends when there weren't enough city employees to be able to cover the distribution. And so our officers took that on the weekends and went out and checked on the unhoused population and distributed water. And it was a really successful partnership and one that we were happy to do, because at the end of the day, when we serve animals, we know we are serving the people that are with them. We also, as I mentioned before, partnered with mosquito, termite, and rodent control, as well as the Department of the Homeless Services for the city to distribute heartworm prevention, flea prevention, provide vaccinations for any of the animals that were living with the homeless people and that the city was serving. So as I mentioned, we have continued to see an increase in our intake, and we know that cost of almost everything has gone up. So when you have more animals coming in and you have inflation, your overall expenses are going to be higher. Our request number, I apologize because in the deck, the incorrect number was listed, but in the proposal that was sent on the template to the city, the number is correct. And so the request number this year is $3,441,061. We have projected that we will bring in almost $200,000 of self-generated dollars. And then our rabies licensing program brings in about $460,000. And so we're projecting a 20% increase. So that number of 196 is a 20% increase of fees and revenue that we're generating to support the city contract. And so the total amount for the contract and the fees that we collect is $4,097,561. So the expenses for this upcoming 2024 budget really get lumped into 2 categories. So labor is the highest portion of the budget. We are looking at $2,269,198 in labor. It is not a significant increase from the current year to next year. All other expenses are coming in at $1,866,050. $6, which is a total operating expense of $4,285,254. To point out where the more significant increases are in this operating budget, insurance is a huge chunk of that. Because we have officers that drive vehicles, and we live in a city with a lot of fender benders and other kinds of auto issues. Our auto insurance, liability insurance, and workman's comp insurance, as well as the other insurances we are required to carry, are coming in at 91,132 more than the current year. That's a pretty big chunk of money. The cost for medical supplies, and this is strictly just inflation, and we work really, really hard to press our vendors to make sure that we are getting the best pricing. We're looking at 61,500. And our equipment that needs repair, as well as utilities, like all other residents and organizations, our utility costs have gone up. We're looking at about 40,000 for that line item, and then the remaining line items come in around $13,630.
Anna, can you hang on one second?
Yeah,
Councilmember
sure.
Thomas?
No, I can wait to,
Okay.
yeah, I think you're almost through your
Yeah,
presentation.
I'm almost done. I have just a
absolutely.
couple of
Yeah,
slides.
she's got a good rhythm going.
Thank you. So we have asked last year, and we are once again asking this year for the council to consider assisting with the capital request to replace our vehicles. These are specifically the field officer vehicles that are used for collecting animals, impounding animals, for doing the services in the city agreement. The truck plus the animal unit cost about $75,000. And we have units that date back to 2010 as well as 2015. These vehicles are duct taped together for all practical purposes. The repair costs are significant because we are replacing and repairing and replacing and repairing these very old vehicles that have over 150,000 miles. And the bigger issue for us isn't just the mileage, but because the vehicles have to idle when animals are in the vehicle, so in the animal unit, then the engines go out much faster than a typical vehicle when you're just driving and you stop the vehicle and then you start again. These vehicles really get a lot of wear and tear. We are asking for $450,000 over the next 3 years in order to replace the vehicles. And so for this year, we're asking for $150,000 to be able to replace 2 out of the requested vehicles. Once again, I apologize that this number here is not the number on the template. So if you can refer back to the template and not worry about that slide. As I understand, the city budget that was proposed is at the current year's budget, which is $2,861,792. We are requesting an operating budget of $3,441,061. And that is in addition to the 150 that we're asking for to be able to replace the vehicles. So thank you for allowing me to present, and I would love to answer your questions, as well as I am joined by our board chair, Colette White, and a board member, the Honorable Desiree Charbonnet, who also are able to answer questions and provide their insights.
Well, first of all, thank you, and thank you, Judge Charbonnet, Ms. White, especially for this issue. This may not seem like one of those big sexy issues that people crowd the chamber for, but it talks about y'all level of humanity, that this is something that's important to you guys in terms of your service. And this is budget hearing, it's not budget mandating, so you could have whatever you want on there, and our budget chairman and the council will work with you, especially based on what you need. I just need maybe some clarity, especially since you're an expert in this area. The roles in terms of animal control, right? From California to Florida and from here to the Canadian line, we see so much about animals now, and especially their encroachment in human populations. And it seems like we're in a period where the world is kind of changing, right? Where animals that used to leave now, they're not, the ones that survive, they're not running them out anymore. So you can have coyotes in Lakeview and in New Orleans East. You can have snakes in certain areas that would clear up. But so are we in that time now where we see a lot of invasive species now that are saying, you know what? I'm setting up shop under your house in your tree. I'm burrowing here. Is that where we are socially now?
So I'm glad you asked that question, because we certainly have had a number of issues over the course of this year. And I think there are a couple of different pieces of it. So one is that we've had 2 years of drought in our area. And so what that means is, because there's been less rain, there have been all kinds of environmental impacts. And so animals that in the past lived along the levees, lived out in the more wooded areas, have actually started seeking out both water, but also little critters to eat, because those little critters that were once ample in those areas really aren't. And so we are seeing that, the change in climate, the change in the environment, we're seeing a direct result of some of those wild animals now moving into more populated areas. Additionally, we have for a long time had, I'm going to say, practices that perhaps have encouraged wild animals to come into our communities because of the amount of food that's left or that is accessible to them. And so particularly, we've had some challenges with outdoor cat feeding, knowing that raccoons will come and eat, that, coyotes will come and eat, that different animals are seeking out food. And when, whether it is restaurants that have big dumpsters right outside tend to attract animals and rats and critters, then the other animals are also attracted. And so I think we have a combination of issues. That said, there isn't one agency right now in the city that addresses wildlife issues. So you have Wildlife and Fisheries as the primary group on the state level, and they have certainly officers in our area, in our region, but there isn't a specific department within the city that manages wildlife. We certainly have been working with mosquito, termite, and rodent control in terms of ways that we can message jointly around these issues, and particularly the coyote issues, are the ones that more recently have been popping up and the ones that people are even more concerned about. And so we have models from other states and other cities, particularly around coyotes, that we're sharing as openly as we can, but there isn't necessarily a point agency that we can refer people to outside of private trappers, and.
So that's my question. You guys are getting bombarded with a lot of these calls for stuff that, first of all, you're not equipped or capable of dealing with. So with the coyotes, now we've gotten calls about alligators.
Yep.
In certain areas, boa constrictors that probably once pets that are in certain areas. And for my family, more recently, the possum that keeps running my daughter back inside on the days that she's supposed to put out the trash.
Yeah.
Who do we call? Because these raccoons, these possums, many of them they're hungry, they've established that as their territory, and they're extremely dangerous. So who helps us?
If I may, I'm gonna defer to our expert on that, but also having only one day a week trash pickup is definitely an issue there as well, because families cannot fill a full trash can outside of their homes, and we're seeing many people with their Glad bags sitting alongside of their trash cans, and so that is a big draw, particularly for the types of animals you just referred to, council member. You know, the smaller ones, the raccoons, et cetera. We know that the coyotes are probably looking for more fresh meat, so to speak, but the trash pickup is an issue where that's concerned. But in terms of who to call, I punt back to.
But because what
Pivot.
we're seeing is and my neighbor across the street who's actually on the water is seeing more species of snake, more dangerous ones, seeing the raccoon population grow, and they can be the size of small dogs and extremely aggressive and hurt your
Absolutely,
pets.
and well, and the raccoons can carry rabies,
Right.
right? And so, you know, from our perspective, part of our messaging around vaccinations, around making sure you walk your pets on a leash, that you're not just letting them out, you know, even if you have an empty lot next door, making sure that you maintain your pet under your control is as much about keep your pet safe, but also the recognition of there are now some of these creatures that are going to be in neighborhoods. And I wish I had a great answer for you about who to call, but outside of wildlife and fisheries, there really is not an agency who has the bandwidth or, you know, the capacity to respond anymore.
I'm sure some others will get into the budgeting stuff. I think it's obvious in terms of what you guys need. And I think given what we just talked about, some of those needs, the pressure that's being put on this agency are important. But
Absolutely.
there's one more thing that I'd like your help with. It's looking at history and communities around the country because they're all being challenged with feral pets or animals or stray population. It seems as though, as I read some of those reports and kind of chronicle history, that the tougher times are, because I remember this discussion not too long ago during an economic downturn, when the stray pets and stray animals really affected disadvantaged communities a whole lot more than when we were in an economic upturn. Is that true, or is the data that they're presenting, is that true that the tougher times get for people, the more we can expect in terms of stray animals and the issues with pets or strays?
Absolutely. And I think one of the conversations that my team's been having is that so many of the strays are not strays, right? And they are formally owned animals. And so I looked at our intake data and noticed, you know, about 2/3 of our animals come in from the public, right? As strays, meaning somebody saw this animal, someone put it on a leash, put it in their car and drove it over to us. And to me, what that says is that that animal had a person attached to it, because you're not going to get an animal that has been born on the streets, lived on its streets its whole life on a leash and in your car, unless you know what you're doing, right? And so I think as the economy continues to impact our more disadvantaged parts of our community, we're getting more requests for pet food. We're getting more requests. We have more people coming and saying, hey, I can't afford vaccinations. Actually, we had an example at the Gentilly event that we did, and we partnered with mosquito, termite, rodent control to do it. And we had a woman that came with 5 pets that were all beautiful, well cared for. And she said, for me to go to the veterinarian for their vaccines, I'm looking at about $300 per pet. That's $1,500. You know, I can't do that and provide food, and when they get sick, have any money to be able to take care of them when they're sick. And so we're finding more and more people that are working individuals in our community, you know, are saying, hey, I need help, and my dollars are not going far enough, and I don't want to turn my pet into the shelter. But sometimes there's really not another option. And sometimes I think that's how we're finding more animals in neighborhoods. We're seeing it in Mid-City, we see it in Gentilly, we're seeing it in the East, that there's a good number of animals that appear to have had a person, and for whatever reason, that person, let that pet go outside in the hopes perhaps that someone else would find the pet and take it on.
And then lastly, this could be a yes or no. Is it legal for me to walk my gator, my tiger, and my boa constrictor
No,
down Bourbon or in the middle of the city, or my pet bear in the middle of my neighborhood? Is it legal for me to do that?
so I will speak to, those are not legal pets. However, there are licenses and permits that people can acquire for perhaps entertainment and performance purposes. And so we don't regulate that, and I can't speak to, what the specifics are. But I can say that if they're pets, that's illegal. And those situations, even if it's an animal that is outside of what we do, we would impound it and get it to the right agency. So for instance, the alligators, we've had circumstances where there's an alligator in someone's yard. And so even though in our contract, we legally are not required to go take care of alligators, we will go and secure that animal until wildlife and fisheries can come and get it and move it, because public safety is our number one.
I just get upset when he walks the gator.
Yeah, walking a gator is a
If the
problem.
gator would stay in the yard, maybe it wouldn't be so. much
Maybe,
problem.
maybe, but if that's happening, let us know, because we would want to be able to respond.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Thank you for your presentation. And there are a lot of questions that could be asked, but the problem is that it's hard to find the answers to some of them. So your basic response to persons who are concerned with the coyotes that they see is that the SPCA nor the Humane Society really addresses that issue. It's just through the State Department of Wildlife.
That is
And
correct.
fisheries.
So at the moment, we do not respond to a coyote outside. So here's the pieces. If a coyote is attacking a person, then absolutely we will respond, right?
What does a response look like if someone
If
is
someone's been
attacking?
attacked, which we haven't had in the city of New Orleans, our officers would be dispatched through 911, and our officers have control poles and, are trained on catching animals. So their goal would be to secure that animal and ensure that person's safety. And so that is always our number one. Even if the animal is an animal we don't normally handle, we will always respond if there's a person's life on the line, a person's safety on the line.
Talk to people in the public who leave food out to feed feral cats. What harm they're doing, if any. Sometimes coming from us,
I
it's not
know.
the same as coming from somebody who does it every day.
It is,
We have people who talk online about I leave the food out for the cats. I don't know the cats, but I just want them to be fed. What harm does that do?
it attracts all of these kinds of wildlife. And so our recommendation to feeders are, one, make sure the cats are spayed or neutered so we don't have more cats. And two, feed the cat and then pick up the bowl. Don't leave the bowl out. And so to some degree, the cats learn at this house, there's food at 6 a.m. At this house, there's food at 9 a.m., whatever it is that you do, but don't leave the food out for any period of time. Don't feed at dusk. That's a lot of these critters are active at dusk. They're, more nocturnal. You don't typically see raccoons. You don't typically see coyotes during the day. Doesn't mean you can't, but they're usually not out and about at peak daylight. So if you're gonna feed during daylight and cover or remove the food so that those other critters aren't being attracted to your neighborhood. And so the cats and the wildlife can coexist rather than cats are getting eaten. I mean, that's the reality. We've had a situation in Gentilly where there was a coyote that ate someone's outside cat. And, coyotes are predators. They're going to eat smaller animals that are outside. And so, no, we never want to see an outside cat eaten by a coyote, but there's not a lot that can be done to address the issue if we're not all doing our part to make sure that the cats are safe and that we are not bringing more wildlife into neighborhoods.
Of course, there are rules against walking pets without cleaning up after them, especially in public parks. But could you talk to those who need to know that what the facts are relative to and why it's important to clean up after you walk your pet? In addition to it eliminates your being rude if you're gonna let people, if you're gonna let the
Absolutely.
dogs go on a private property. But there's also generally a long-term concern that I think people should be aware of.
Absolutely.
even
Thank you,
better than
Councilmember
I.
Green. So the issue of cleaning up after your pet is a public health issue. It is also a health issue for other pets, as well as you said, just not being a good neighbor. You know, when you let your pet defecate on whatever grounds or parks there are and you don't clean it up, you potentially could be spreading disease to people and to animals. And so it's really important that pet owners are being responsible, are cleaning up after their pets, because the more it happens, the less welcome animals are in our community. And we want this to be a community that's safe for people and for pets. And so all of us pet owners have to do our part and carry bags with you. You know, dispose of those bags properly. Don't just throw them somewhere, because I've certainly seen that happen where, you know, someone thinks they're doing a good thing by picking up, you know, their dog's poop in a bag, but then they just leave the bag somewhere. Like, finish the process, be a responsible pet owner, clean up after your pet, and likewise clean up your yard. You know, we've gotten calls before where we've worked with the health department on sanitary living conditions. And so it's your responsibility to make sure that your neighbors can go outside and are not overwhelmed with, you know, the smell of urine or feces because your pet has gone, you know, and relieved themselves repeatedly and you haven't done your part of cleaning up properly.
If you have a backyard and you let your dog go outside each day and you don't clean up but once a week, what are you attracting?
I mean, you're attracting other,
I'm just trying
well, I
to
was gonna say
trying to get
rats.
to the rat issue. People
Well-
wonder why we have so many rats going throughout the community. You can see them at night. They have to eat something.
Yep.
And they
So
also
rats-
eat feces.
Rats are attracted to smells, right? So if you have dog feces in your yard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard, that certainly attracts more animals. And trash. I mean, that really is the things that are attracting rats. And rats do have both fleas and mites that transmit diseases to people. And so those, you know, creatures, you might not think like, oh, it's a rat, it's outside, it's not a big deal. It can be a really big deal. And there are parts of the country where they are seeing, you know, plague, and they're seeing these diseases that we haven't seen or talked about in decades because the rat population is growing. And so we all need to be doing our part to make sure that wildlife, including rats, are not attracted to, you know, our own areas.
You've mentioned that you've worked with the Office of Homeless Services and Strategies. Can you talk about leaving pans of food at homeless encampments? I understand the heart
Right.
that some people have, but I have too many pictures of open pans of food being left. And I understand that people think that that is the thing and that people will come back and eat the food eventually. But can you
But
talk
it
about
is-
what you've experienced?
Absolutely. You know, that is a major attractant of all of these different kinds of wildlife. So whether you think you're helping that person by bringing a pan of food and just leaving it there, or you're actually trying to feed the pets, because I've had some people bring big bags of food and just open them for the pets, that is actually making the situation worse. So mosquito, termite, and rodent control has done a great job of acquiring and distributing secure containers for those pet people in these homeless encampments so that they can maintain their pet food. It can be clean and it is not attracting rodents. And we want to keep doing things like that. And so again, you know, individuals that are making food for the unhoused or that are bringing surplus food from events, I would suggest they go to those agencies that serve the unhoused community and are able to distribute those foods so that there's not large amounts of food left out, because then it becomes dangerous for the unhoused people. If there's rats and there's other creatures that are coming in to eat that food, you're actually not helping those unhoused people. You're making it much more difficult for them.
And last, could you talk about spay and neutering? The frequency, I'm sorry, the availability of it, because I think that the public thinks that there's not enough availability.
Yeah.
But they're wrong, and I know.
Yeah, so it's interesting to hear you say that, because we haven't seen the demand that we anticipated this year. And so we have capacity for spay neuter, and there are other groups in the city as well that are providing affordable spay neuter. There are subsidy dollars available for those that qualify, so those that are on low income, limited income, as well as we've more recently been able to put in some payment plans. So for people that can afford it, but maybe just not pay for all of it on the day of the service, we now have the ability to break those payments up like you do when you order something on Amazon and you can break it into 3 payments. We're able to do that now for our veterinary services. So, a spay or neuter becomes much more affordable for individuals, over time, if that's what they need. And it's really important. And in the city of New Orleans, you're supposed to spay or neuter your pet or have an intact permit. And so it's really important that we're continuing to message to the community that it's an either or, and that we want to help people do what's best for their pet.
If someone donates a dog, it's a good idea to have the person who receives that donation to go and get the dog spayed or neutered right away, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Are you saying they donated a dog?
No. I'm just saying a lot of people say somebody donated a dog to me.
Gotcha. Somebody gave me a dog.
Somebody gave me a dog because they had a litter and the dog litter had 7 or 8 dogs.
Well, and it
And
happens
that's a
quickly.
popular thing that advertise. I have extra dogs
Yes.
on a dog, and people say yes.
Yes.
Then they don't get the dog spayed or neutered. And I think
Exactly.
that sometimes people think it's incredibly expensive. It's not.
It is
But also
not.
that it hurts the animal. And you could talk about that just for a second.
Absolutely.
Allay the fears of anybody who's watching.
Yes, so it does not, so we use all the same pain management that is used in private practice for any kind of surgical procedure. The animal goes home with, we give them an injection that lasts 24 hours to make sure they don't go home and are in any kind of pain. Most dogs will not act any differently 24 hours after their surgery as they did before. And so we often get people who say, it's going to change my dog. They're not going to be the same dog if he's neutered or she's spayed. And that is just not true. If anything, they will be a better dog.
Thank you.
You bet.
These public forums are a good opportunity for those who are watching to be able to get facts relative to information. So I appreciate you providing the facts.
You bet. Thank you so much.
That concludes my comment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. I know we've covered a lot, so I just have one quick question. One thing we haven't covered. There's been a couple of recent accidents involving horses. One, I believe it was a carriage in Central City and the horse got away and the horse had to be euthanized on St. Charles. And there was another carriage incident. I believe this one was in the French Quarter where maybe a couple of people were injured. So obviously, this is a big part of our culture, whether horses are taking place in specific ceremonies or funerals, large gatherings. Obviously, we see them in our Mardi Gras festivities every single year. So are you all in charge of regulations dealing with horses in the city? And what do you do to try to prevent situations like this from happening, accidents from happening?
So I'm going to give you 2 parts of the answer. So yes, we are responsible for inspecting the horses that participate in Mardi Gras parades. We also do inspect and require veterinary records for horses that are not horses, but they're typically mules that are used in transportation.
Mm-hmm.
However, for other kinds of events, if we're not aware those events are happening, then we aren't able to exercise that same inspection power that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a missing piece of the process. And I would love help closing that loop
Yeah.
to know how do we make sure that any event that's going to involve a horse, a mule, a pony, I've gotten calls after the fact about, a pony being, I want to say it was in the Marini at one of the marching parades that isn't one of the big ones, but there were some issues about the condition of that pony that was there. But we had no idea that that pony was gonna be there. And so somehow we need to come up with a way to better communicate in advance that there is an event that's requested a permit from the city, that's gonna be happening, that, is involved, that there are equine involved.
Yeah.
So that our team can come out, can inspect, and honestly can stop the activity involving that equine if that equine is not safe to be on that for that event. We now have the additional resource of our chief veterinarian that just joined our team in August, who did the first part of her career as an equine veterinarian. And so that is, a really great addition to our team that as we move forward, and unfortunately, I don't see the use of equine in parades and events going away. That hopefully we can do some more educating and engaging with the groups to make sure, the animals are cared for properly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to work with you on that. More than anything, I just want to make sure that that people don't get injured. With individuals who think that, let's just bring the horse out here to this very noisy event, and things can happen in large crowds, and it can be very dangerous, obviously for people, but also for the animal as well. So whether it's on the, education piece and you all making sure that the handlers are able and capable of handling the equine, the horse or the mule, and that, at the same time that the animal is in the condition that it needs to be in to handle where it's at as well. So, like I said, happy to work with you on that, but I agree with you. I mean, this has been something that's been a big part of our culture for quite some time, but we need to make sure that it's something that is safe for people and the animals as well.
I will second your concern. I personally am concerned when I go to parades because I don't always think that the handlers, even if the animal is in good shape, which is what our officers are charged with doing, is make sure that there's nothing obviously wrong, that we have, all the veterinary records, so the animal's been seen by a veterinarian. I'm not always confident that that horse has been trained and conditioned to be in loud crowds. And I think that poses a public safety concern. Thankfully, we haven't had some big incidents, but I don't want us to wait until there's a big incident and someone is hurt or even worse. I think we need to start focusing on that equine piece more significantly. The other piece I'll mention is there are a lot of horses that live within Orleans Parish. And so there are stables in the east, there's stables in Algiers, there's stables just in different parts of the city. And we typically respond if there's a complaint. But there's lots of, I'm going to say, potential for issues to be going on there. And there isn't right now the bandwidth to really do active inspections. And so that might be a piece that, in looking at the ordinances next year and thinking about where the gaps are in services, that we may need to find a way to provide those kinds of services that aren't currently in place.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Burnside.
As a person who both taught math and used as a person who has both taught math and used math, certain things sort of trigger me. And I noticed a lot of presentations don't give us the total out of which numbers come. So for instance, you give us the 2023 average of 7 unresolved calls per month, but you don't tell us how many calls per month you have. So the number is not as meaningful as it might otherwise be. Down here, you tell us you got 2 humane law officers vacant currently, which is good. But you don't tell us the salary, you don't tell us the benefit, you don't tell us if there's any certifications required, you don't tell us whether lateral transfers are available to retired NOPD canine officers, and you don't tell us how many total employees you have. So we know what you need right now, but we don't really know what you have. And if you're not providing services on the weekend, when there's a lot of tourists here who bring animals, sometimes maybe the weekends need covered, and it would be nice to know what that would take. Continuing the theme of not really knowing complete information, we don't know how many pets are put down, we don't know how many pets are adopted, and we certainly don't know how many pets are sent to you. So again, just sort of a lack of generalized numbers. We don't know the average cost per animal, and we don't know if it's borne by the SPCA or if it's borne by the, get the number right, Michael, NOHLR. Thank you for correcting your number with regards to the corrections that you made, but without knowing how many employees you have, I did some math and came up with some numbers that I don't want to repeat in public, but I'll say this, your labor expenses need to be explained. How many trucks do you have? Again, would be nice to know, given how your issue of wanting new replacement trucks, I should say. I'll point out that lots of trucks also provide back-end conditioning for the occupants. And usually they use a separate generator and don't have to idle the entire engine of the entire truck to provide some good air conditioning or air circulation of other things you may be needing for your pets in the back of your vehicles. So you could buy a vehicle that has a separate generator and swap it out at a lower expense. The feral cat discussion, as a former homeless person, triggered a lot of things in me as far as, pick up the bowl and don't leave stuff out and feed them during the daytime and at dusk. It reminded me when you said cats could get eaten, that human beings go missing. So there's a lot of commonality to how you treat feral cats versus how you treat homeless people.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
You're not gonna let me mention the tranquilizer gun to shoot the coyote?
I'm gonna let you have that last point.
Good. You don't want it.
All right. Okay, thank you all very much.
Absolutely. Can I ask if the two people that joined me have any
Absolutely,
comments that they'd like to share before we leave?
absolutely.
So,
I'd simply like to kind of reiterate the need for the new vehicles. We cannot show up if we don't have reliable vehicles. The cost in terms of the type of work we do, I think, is minimal in comparison. $150 a year over the next 3 years. We're not asking to get all of them at one time, but we'd like to slowly, increase our supply of really reliable, good state-of-the-art vehicles that allow us to rescue these animals. And, I appreciate the questions you've asked. It sounds like you are paying attention and you care. And sometimes we come here as the SPCA thinking, well, they've heard from NOPD and they've heard from the fire department, and these are such high, attention getters that we always hope that you will give us the same attention. And I appreciate very much the attention you've all given us and the very poignant questions you've asked. I just want to add one thing. Councilmember Green, everything you asked of our fearless leader here would be beautiful in a nice PSA if the city wanted to chip in a little extra money in the budget, because unfortunately, as important as we know these budget hearings are, many of the people who need to hear this message aren't watching. No offense to the excitement here, but so we'd love to be able to do that, because all of the questions you asked, so many people truly don't know the answers to. So it'd be great messaging in case the city has any budgets separate from this for public service announcements. Thank you so much for paying attention, and please consider our request.
I will say this, that I do share some information, for example, the flyer that you prepared on coyotes, and it made everybody angry with me, so.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's
Oh, heck
always
no.
the-
So you're just making that up. You can get rid of the coyotes if you want to get rid of it. I'm just kind of joking about, they didn't get angry, but it is good to share information. I do hear you. So, I mean, if there's an opportunity to do so, but I will tell you that between my newsletter and online sharing, we do share a lot, and it does help answer some of the questions. We do have to change a culture in some respects in terms of the way people think about it. It still challenges my thinking when I see people walking and they have a pit bull walking in front of them and they're not on a leash. They don't have a bag to clean up afterwards. They don't have a piece of plastic on their hands, because in the Big Easy everything goes. I've seen dogs run across the street when they were loose and attack a small animal that's being walked by a senior. So that senior to file charges, but there's no charges that you can file technically on that matter. But I think we got to change the culture in terms of the way people think. You know?
Absolutely. I appreciate that. And I offer any of the council members that have community meetings or community newsletters or other ways to get information out. I am personally always happy to participate and or have my team, if I'm not available, you know, participate in those meetings because it is an ongoing communication piece.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Nicolette, did you have anything? And so I do want to thank you all so much for your questions, for your support, for your consideration of our request. And again, if there are additional questions from you or your constituents, please reach out. We have included our general phone number. Our website has wonderful resources there. And so I encourage the community to seek out information there or to call us. Our resource center that answers all the incoming calls is a wealth of information. So thank you and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you
Thank
very
you so much. All right, next up is Arts Council of New Orleans, and please start your presentation when you're ready.
Yeah, Don.
Right. Good morning, council members.
Morning.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Woodward, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Arts Council of New Orleans, also doing business as Arts New Orleans. First and foremost, our President and CEO, Joycelyn Reynolds, who many of you know well, sends her regrets. We had, unfortunately, a board meeting scheduled at the same time today, so she's very sorry to not be here, but I'm honored to be here and to present to you all. Thank you so much for having us. The mission of the Arts Council of New Orleans is to improve quality of life by supporting, activating, and investing in what we believe are our city's greatest natural resources, our artists, our cultural producers, our youth, and our creative community. And we believe that art and artists have a role to play in all community and economic development efforts, whether it's public safety, well-being, health, infrastructure, education. So the Arts Council is really honored to serve as the city's designated community arts agency since 1975. So we're here today to talk about our community arts grant program, which has been a part of the city budget since the 1980s, and we are the stewards of that program. The Community Arts Grants program supports many of New Orleans cultural groups through both operating support and project support. And so while the Arts Council has many different programs, I really wanted to start by focusing on that community arts grant program for you all. The program, we are lucky each year to see new organizations come in, as well as to be able to support longstanding cultural organizations in the city of New Orleans. Many of these organizations are truly, the backbone of sustaining our cultural traditions, of attracting tourists to the city through their incredible arts programming and performances, and to inspiring our youth artists to become the next generation of culture bearers. And so operating support is absolutely critical to our local arts organizations and is truly hard to come by when it comes to grant making. And so I wanted to kick off this presentation by really thanking and recognizing the City Council for your work to establish the New Orleans Recreation and Culture Fund. It is so essential, and we see year after year how many organizations are in need of support. So I want to thank you all for seeing that need and for investing in it. And we would be really honored to work with you all as the city's designated community arts agency to think about how that fund could sustain and grow in future years to come. So thank you again for investing in that. I'm going to start off with our budget request today. So you'll see that the recommendation by the administration is $520,500, which is a renewal of last year's. And we're asking the city to consider $553,260, which would be an increase from last year. This would allow us to provide grants to two cultural organizations that have been grant recipients for many years, that scored very highly during our community review process. We facilitate a process in which we have panelists who are part of the community invested in arts advocacy work and who really understand the cultural ecosystem and the importance of funding both new organizations and longstanding cultural organizations. So the increased funding would provide grants to the Ogden Museum and to Le Petit Theater, both of which are very well-known established institutions, but for whom these community arts grants are really essential to both, expanding programming for, the Ogden in particular, a major institution that really invests in its educational and community programming for the larger city. So that's our request for you all to consider that increase from last year. And so this is a list of our New Orleans as Cultural Capital grantees. You all have a copy of the list of the grant award amounts for each of these wonderful organizations. We're recommending funding for 50 organizations. Again, that's not recommended by Arts Council staff, but our community review panel process. And so this is the list here, and you have the award amounts. They range from $3,500 to $14,000. So again, just reiterating that importance of the new fund that you all have established. It's really a need of our cultural community to have more operating support. And so you can review each of those, but here's some beautiful photos that I think speak to, just the cultural vitality of the city. Of course, the LPO's programming with orchestra work, dancing grounds, and its incredible community dance programs, both for adults and young people, KidSmart, and its phenomenal work to bring arts integration to schools and after school programs throughout the community, the New Orleans African American Museum, and its work to create phenomenal exhibitions and performances and lecture series that speak to the African diaspora. And then the New Orleans Ballet Association, which puts on not just wonderful performances, but also has a fantastic program for students that reaches around 10,000 students a year. And some more, we have the New Orleans Opera Association, which puts on some of the city's, most phenomenal opera. a studio in the woods, which has a focus on artist residencies and the climate crisis, and really using the arts to confront our environmental challenges. Prescription Joy, a really unique organization that uses clowns to address stress and anxiety and isolation in the healthcare system. The NOLA Project, which is a professional ensemble theater company that puts on bold, new and classic theater works. And then Young Audiences of Louisiana, which supports high quality arts education programs for students, in school and after school. So many of these organizations, are essential to putting on performances and exhibitions that, honor the work, the incredible cultural richness of our city, but that also invest in, the education programs that go into schools, support kids outside of schools, and make sure that we're supporting our cultural traditions, from one generation to the next. Our second type of grant that we support through the community arts grants are our More Joy grantees. And that this is project support for our indigenous cultural practices in New Orleans, primarily activities of Mardi Gras and Black masking Indians, social aid and pleasure clubs. And again, these community arts grants really provide essential support to be able to put on performances, second lines, lecture series, all centered around preserving those cultural traditions. So a few of those grantees that we're recommending to you all are the Creole Wild West, which would support the operations of its youth educational programs to at least 30 children on Saturdays to really speak about the Mardi Gras Indian culture. We have the original Big Seven Social Aid and Pleasure Club, teaching the traditions of the Mardi Gras Indian and second line. Again, really investing in young people in the community. A Black Creatives Guide, which is a new organization that we're funding to support their Cultured series, which would be events and seminars highlighting the New Orleans traditions and culture bearers, and a panel presentation of photojournalists. And then we have the original CTC Steppers to support their Cross the Canal Social Aid and Pleasure Club annual second line in the lower 9th Ward, and the VIP Ladies Social Aid and Pleasure Club, which holds its second line parade uptown each year. So again, these photos I think are just, they speak to the beauty, the richness of the city that I know we all feel honored and grateful to be a part of and to serve. So thank you all for your support as always of the Community Arts Grant Program. It's truly, an essential service to our community. I wanted to shift into speaking of some of the Arts Council's larger organizational programs and goals. While these other, the rest of the presentation is not focused on the budget that the Community Arts Grant budget is primarily for regranting funds that flow through us to other cultural organizations. But we have a number of programs that we wanted City Council to be aware of. The first is our goals around youth development. So we have a program that came out of a coalition of several local arts organizations, including the Arts Council, Professor Rodney Shea of Xavier University, Judge Arthur Hunter, Criminal District Court formerly, as well as Ashe and Yaya, who really saw the need for more creative opportunities for young people in the city. Really modeling after phenomenal national groups like the Philly Mural Arts Program that's funded by the city and has, phenomenal public art programs, and also really invests in young people and community members through the arts. And so the Young Artist Movement was founded 8 years ago, and the Arts Council has carried that mission forward. And so what's beautiful is that we are able to engage some of our city's most incredible professional artists to work through apprenticeships with young people. So it's paid opportunities for young people to beautify their city through public art and to create client commissions as part of revenue generation. So you can see on these slides a photo of our students in front of our studio on Broad Street. A photo of one of our young people painting on the corner of Elysian Fields in St. Claude on the former Beauty Plus. And then one of our young artists with a portrait she did, imagining herself as a Zulu queen. So this year we are committed to providing hands-on, really intensive internships, paid internships to at least 75 young people through our Young Artist Movement program. A key focus of ours is also working with juvenile system involved youth. We have a program, a juvenile diversion program through the district attorney's office that has been running since 2021, in which we take referrals from the DA's office as an alternative to prosecution, young people who may have gotten in trouble, but simply need more community support and redirection and mentorship. And so it's been a wonderful partnership with the DA's office to do that diversion work. We also have programming within the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. And so this year we want to continue pouring our efforts into sustaining and expanding those programs in support of our system involvement.
I wanted to ask you about that because a few years ago, the Ogden Museum, one of the most fabulous displays was with members of the criminal justice system or people who were part of the correctional system. Artist Singleton out of Angola and many others who are renowned artists right now. What percentage of your program, especially when it's found that art and culture can actually help reduce recidivism, what percentage of your program is targeting juvenile justice center as well as the correctional system?
That's a great question. Right now, I would say, I would have to look at the exact numbers, but I would say around a third of our youth participants. So if we are serving 75 young people through paid internships, around a third of them would be system involved youth. That funding is all funding that we've raised ourselves. So part of it is around making sure that we can truly provide holistic supports when we work with a student and their families who have had system involvement. And so as we grow our funding for that program, we would like to serve more young people.
And then the other thing, you remember Shirley Trustee Corley?
Of course.
The legendary. One of the things that was in her bucket list was expanding expanding percent for art into urban corridors that had been neglected.
Right.
Parts of the city
Right.
that had been neglected, establishing a relationship with urban artists like B. Mike and others that have been neglected. How do we see those programs moving, especially since we know the effects of art and culture, especially on disparaged communities?
Yes. So that is one of the things that we're most excited about with the change in the percent for art ordinance that we received support from the mayor and city council on a few years ago. About a year ago, we received the increase in percent for art funding, and our focus has really been on working in under-resourced areas such as New Orleans East. Of course, we completed a mural series last year, and we have 4 sculpture projects that are underway right now that will be installed in the next year. And that was really working with community partners in the East to identify the areas that they wanted to see beautification and investment in. And so a lot of those projects are underway right now, and that has been a primary focus of our percent for art funding increases to really invest.
Will you have something at some point that can show, especially given the history of percent for art, it's really such an imbalance that's focused on downtown, the quarter,
Exactly.
and communities of advantage. Do you have something that can show where the investment's going now that we have this amendment for percent for art?
Yeah.
What percentage are going to historical African American communities and communities that have been left out? Can you have that breakdown?
I don't have the breakdown right now,
I
but
can get it.
we're in the process of developing our 2024 percent for art plan, which we submit to the CAO every year. And as soon as that plan is completed, I will make sure to send it to you. And that
Thank you.
indicates where the funds are allocated and towards what projects. And so I can break that down for you.
In which communities?
What's that?
In which communities?
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So on that note, our public art focus, we aim to implement at least 15 public art projects throughout the city, again, focusing on some of the areas that have not seen as much investment as others. And so you can see a couple of our projects that are underway. On the left-hand side, this is a beautiful project by Monique Lorden that is slated to be installed in the lower 9th ward. And it is part of an initiative to create light art, so to use public art that actually adds light to our communities to increase the sense of safety. And so we chose the lower Ninth Ward for this initiative. And on the left side, you see this beautiful piano that will be illuminated, that will be installed in the next few months. On the lower right corner of this slide, you can see the Claiborne Innovation District. We are about to kick off a major mural project working with UJMA and others in the community to paint murals underneath the underpass to really make sure that those investments, speak to the history and the significance of that site. And then another thing that city council members may be excited about, we have a project we've been working with Sadie Finkel on to actually install artwork in city council chambers so that you all will have a better view.
Well, I'm excited.
Councilmember Green. Other goals of ours center around art and technology. So every year we have our LunaFest Festival of Light, Art and Technology that takes place December 7th through 10th at the Convention Center. Our goals with LunaFest are really to promote New Orleans as a tourist destination for contemporary art, particularly around technology-driven art. So it's always an incredible showcase of work. We have Big Queen Aseto Amora Mincom on the bottom photo here with a light up suit that she created last year as part of LunaFest. And so again, this is where our support of local artists and youth, we see our role at the Arts Council as really investing in our local talent to make sure that we're part of cutting edge technologies and art and other resources. And so we've been honored to be a partner of Apple through our Young Artist Movement program, who has provided iPads and MacBooks to our students to really learn more about augmented reality and projection mapping and digital media. And so some really exciting work around the field of art and technology there. And then on the previous slide, I just wanted to go back and let you all know we're going to have some more art for you in the council chambers soon. And then finally, part of our work with the Arts Council is small business development. We have arts markets that take place bi-monthly in City Park and Marcellus Harmony Park. That's really a revenue generating platform for over 200 of both of our established and emerging professional artists in New Orleans. And so that has part of what we'd like to do is really increase music, free music, wellness, family-friendly activities at those arts markets so that there's really sort of a kind of mini festival feel to those, and also brings more revenue generation to our local artists to their work to really sustain their business. And here's some photos from City Park and Marcellus Harmony Park. And so just to close out, going back to our request for the city around the community arts grants, this is all about providing opportunities for art and artists to be central to all of our community and economic developments, to increase access to all forms of art across the community, to use arts education as a way of promoting well-being and civic engagement among young people, and to drive a really vibrant and equitable New Orleans, where all people, their cultures and their art contribute to the meaning and understanding of our humanity. And so our budget request again is $553,260, which would support the 50 recommended grants, along with additional funds if you all are amenable to an increase to support Le Petit and the Ogden. So thank you all so much for giving us the time and space to share with you, and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. I think everybody's good. That was a very great presentation. We appreciate it. Well, it helps when you get all the goals, you know who the grantees are, and you see all the work that's being done. Part of the reason we've asked for the presentations to be changed a little bit, so that way we get that substantive information. So we appreciate all the good work. Mr. Burnside?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity, and with deep regret, I have to find myself in opposition to the honorable chairman of the Budget Committee. First of all, the public doesn't have any photocopies. There's nothing for us to look at. Secondly, there's a lot of things that we don't know, and the most important is the actual official relationship between this group and the city, because when the New Orleans Committee on Aging, Council on Aging comes in, they tell us that they are, quote, the area agency for Orleans Parish, which is capitalized, and I guess maybe the state legislature anointed them, or they have some sort of formal relationship here. When the SPCA comes in, they say, well, we're the SPCA, but we have this LLC on the side, New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue LLC, that has some sort of CEA with the city, because the city doesn't have any animal control officers at all, and the city needs animal control, and we've been hired to supply that to the city. So I don't have a photocopy to follow, and I also don't know why you're here, because if you only need $500,000 in grants, the city hands out a $1.6 billion budget. It's a mystery to me. So you have 50 organizations. Somebody gets 3,500, somebody else gets 14,000, but then you say the More Joy grantees are also part of this, but you don't give us a number. So if we divide what you're asking for, which is $500,000 by 50 people, everybody should be getting 11 grand, which doesn't sound bad, but it doesn't necessarily sound good. So I'm sitting here just sort of wondering, you know, who you are and what you're doing, because I haven't heard of you. That doesn't mean anything. I've only been here 8 years, but it would have been nice to have a handout, and it would have been good to have some idea, because if you're spending $4 million, are you getting it from the state? You're getting it from the feds? You're getting it from a donor list? Who are you becomes an interesting question to explore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you very much for the
Thank you so
presentation.
much.
We
Thank
appreciate
you all
it.
so much for your
And
time.
we look, and I think the public will look forward to the art chambers too.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're excited for it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Take care. All right, next up, New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund. And Culture Fund. Can we help Lisa with the presentation, please? Thank you.
Good morning, council members, and I just wanted you to know that we have the presentation provided as instructed, and we've just recently shared the annual program itself that just gives a little bit more detail of what we've been doing throughout this year. Up there, cute. Tourism. I think I saw that they're cute. Did y'all see the job? Yes. We didn't see it. No, I was tourism and culture, but that's the budget. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. Is there any way to a second? Can we email it to her now? Can we email it to you? The rain. I'm going to get your phone. You were clean on our written. You will send it. What is it? Council president.
I would just say, in the interest of time, yeah, I apologize for the fact that technology doesn't seem to be working
Okay, no
to
worries.
keep the train on the tracks. Thank you so much.
Certainly. Well, thank you for your time, and we're happy to present the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund presentation for this year. Our goals, beginning with our goals this year, one was to support youth initiatives in the amount of $250,000. And we did so. In this year, thus far, year to date, we have supported youth initiatives in the amount of $667,817. Also, our goal is to support and partner with the collaborative of the NOLA by NOLA special events. And we were able to provide that, and that took place in the month of October. The NOLA by NOLA was an opportunity to partner to support over 50 venues, to afford over 300 concerts that established and really supported our local artists and artisans during that time frame. Also, a goal was a mini grant of supporting 200 mini grants. The mini grants were $2,500 a piece, and we or $500,000, and we were successful in awarding upwards of 334 mini grants, totaling $782,000. We also was to convene our cultural working group. The cultural working group has been convened. We have had several meetings, and we are moving forward to support the work of our cultural economy. Also, we propose to have event programming to include health initiatives, technology skills and training, home ownership and financial literacy. And we were successful in checking all of those boxes. We've partnered with Chase, with our NOLA by NOLA, with Grow with Google, and we have provided training and support in each of those initiatives that I've noted. Also, we have our staffing. Our staffing is complete and full at this time. We have our board of directors, which is our governing body, and we are very fortunate to have two of our council members on our board, Honorable Leslie Harris and Honorable Freddie King III. And we have worked in every aspect of the city of New Orleans and in every councilman's district or councilwoman's district. So we have been very fortunate to successfully engage and to advance the economic support of our cultural industries. Further, we have our staff. Our staff is small but mighty, but we have our deputy director, Tiffany Jackson, our program director, Clervay Stinson, our grant specialist, Rosalind Sanders, an accountant, Maurice Norwood, office manager, Kissy Matthews, and in our partnership with UNO, we have a graduate assistant, Abby Caruso. They have done great work, and we are pleased to say in our programming and working with our universities and having interns, we've been able to hire our interns, we've been able to promote staff internally, and to bring on new staff as well to receive experience. Moving to our 2024 proposed goals.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Clervay, the Program Director with NOTCF. Just to give a reminder and a notice that the mission of NOTCF is to support cultural industries and culture bearers of the City of New Orleans through partnerships, grants, and programs to advance sustainable tourism. To fulfill this mission, we have 7 proposed program goals for 2024. We are currently planning and preparing to begin completing some of our goals as early as January of next year. We believe that obtaining new partnerships, hosting our 2024 Honors Gala, awarding 500 grants, funding $300,000 towards youth-driven arts programs and events, supporting, again, the 200 musicians and a plethora of music venues through NOLA by NOLA, funding youth, over 1,000 youth in our community, and hosting 4 elevation series workshops. We will be able to cultivate community, elevation, and sustainability for our unique and diverse cultural community. Thank you, and I will now give it to Tiffany Jackson, our Deputy Director and CFO, to provide details of our 2024 proposed budget.
Good morning. Thank you, Clervay. The budget aligns with our 2024 goals, including awarding 500 grants, hosting multiple programs that elevate our cultural artists, and hosting our 2nd annual NOTCF Honors Gala. Our revenue budget totals $6.3 million. This represents an 8% increase over 2022 actuals. We anticipate occupancy taxes will increase in 2024 compared to 2022 final numbers, as well as an increase in our interest income since we moved our funds to another financial institution. Our expenditures, our dedicated expenditures are for 3 cultural funds, the Mayor's Office of Tourism and Arts, and the Film and Music Commissions. That budget line item increased by 15% compared to 2022 and 2023 actuals. We have an incremental increase of 1% for major event support due to our Essence contract terms. Our marketing expenditures budget decreased by 33% to ensure that we could dedicate a full $5 million to cultural economy programming. Now, cultural economy programming is at the core of our mission. Expenditures that fall under this line item include grants, elevation series programming, and salaries of our programming team. Our goal is to fund our cultural economy programming at the same level as 2023. As of today, we have awarded 1,000 grants, totaling more than $9 million since the inception of the grant program in May of 2021. Our administrative expenditures account for 8% of our overall 2024 budget. As you can see, we do plan to use a portion of our reserves, totaling $1.2 million for 2024. These dollars will continue to help us meet the needs of our cultural community. We anticipate ending reserves for 2024 to land at 3.9 million. We believe that this budget allows us to elevate, empower, and amplify the talents of our cultural artists. We appreciate the opportunity to share our 24 goals and budget with you today. This concludes our presentation, and we are open to questions at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. We can actually stay on this particular page that you just presented on. And my question has to do with monies going to Essence Fest and to Super Bowl, with it being roughly over $600,000. We've been meeting with you all about trying to figure out a path that when these major events come to New Orleans, that we ensure that our local artists, our local vendors, our local businesses get a piece of this big pie, right? That's coming in. How are those rules coming along? I know that we were supposed to get back with each other to try to figure out, you know, what rules could potentially be put in place for that.
Certainly, and we immediately started working on that, and I would like to share that it is our purpose to always emphasize but ensure that our local artists, our local companies are getting a piece of the pie, the majority piece of the pie. So in those two instances, with those two entities, those are multiple year contracts that are in place. However, I've reached out to both of those entities to make them aware that this is how we continue to move forward, and we'll move forward in a stronger manner as well. And we are awaiting actual written documentation, but it is our understanding that the local participation goals from those entities will be in a high percentage level, over 35%. At some, maybe even upwards of 50% of local participation goals of local, not only artists, but businesses.
And I certainly think that that's good, but I do think it's important that as far as this fund goes, we do set in place, you know, through legislation, specific rules, really mandating this, because it's not just about these two events. It's about, you know, big, huge events that come into New Orleans. If they are receiving any type of city funding, then we should ensure that there is local participation. And I know that on the state side, there's going to be an effort to do the same. With the Lieutenant Governor's Cultural Fund that he has as well, to ensure that there's statewide participation as well for whatever major events that he's giving money toward, that the Lieutenant Governor's office is giving money toward. So, like I said, when can we expect, you know, a potential draft of some rules? Or we're happy to come up with them if you'd like, but I thought that you all were going to come back to us with some specific.
Yes, Councilmember Moran, we are working collectively with you, and we have submitted the draft, and it is now going through the process of the ordinance. So we are just awaiting the time to present it, I believe, to the Economic Development Committee budget meeting. But that is in place, and we have provided a draft that is now being circulated and being placed on council agenda for review.
Okay, that would be great. I don't think we received the draft, but if you can send it to me, since I chair economic development, that would be great. And let me take a look at that. Appreciate your assistance in this.
Sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morel.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I do have a couple of small issues that I think we can resolve before the first, but though I appreciate the glossy presentation, when I look at the ordinance itself that was passed by Councilmember Palmer, I think in order for us to meet the criteria, I think for us to be comfortable, we need a breakdown of how much the grants are. I know that I serve on many boards, and you're very similar in how you do the breakdowns by kind of ranges.
Yes.
But for our accounting purposes, it would be more helpful to have, and it doesn't have to be this. It could be like a spreadsheet showing us what the actual amounts are. The other thing, which I think would be helpful, I'm sure y'all do this already, but you do make sure your grant awardees who get individual grants know that they have IRS reporting requirements, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you could give us a copy of just that, of what you're telling them, I'd appreciate that as well. This actually makes a lot of sense as to why there's so many people that confuse the tourism fund with the council fund, because we've had a lot of people reach out due to some kind of mixed messaging. thinking the council fund awards individual grants, and it does not. It gives grants to organizations, many of which are probably also apply to yours. And I was wondering why they thought we'd give individual grants and you guys do. So it's helpful to us because it allows us to tell those people looking for individual grants who are culture bearers to go to your fund and not to come to our fund. But if you could get those two pieces of information, just the awardee amounts, as well as whatever disclosure you give them for IRS reporting, that would be helpful because that, I think, meets the criteria in the ordinance. But
Absolutely.
if you give that
We
to
have
us
that, yes.
as soon as possible, that would be great.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other comments on the dais. So Mr. Burnside?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I owe a thank you to the lady who brought me this copy. It's wonderful to have. I did not find it on that table. And I'm aware that they are not responsible for the technology glitch that prevented us from seeing what they said on the screen, but I don't have a copy of theirs either to look at. No photocopy for me. So everything's limited, but that's the way it is. We do have some numbers, salary and payroll, and we do have employee benefits. So if we only do salary and payroll on average, assuming that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 human beings in this office, plus a UNO grad, which I'm just not going to count for reasons that are completely academic. If we divide by 6, then that means that on salary, everybody averages only 46K, and with benefits, they only average 55K, which has got to be like the lowest numbers that I've generated this year. I assume that they're accurate, and I'm also assuming that they're low for a reason. I don't know if these are part-time jobs. I don't know why they're low, but they're low. The next thing I will point out is grant numbers aren't quite adding up. We had 334 get 782K. If we do the division, it comes out to about 2.5K each, which is fine. But then we had 1,000 grants since 2021 that dispensed 9 million. And the last time I was able to do math in my head, 1,000 goes into 9 million, $9,000 each. So we've got quite the disparity between 2.5 grand and 9 grand that isn't like explainable from the information I have at this time. I don't want to beat to death any further things. I just want to hope that maybe in the future, things will be slightly different. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank you all. I have an opportunity to see you at many events, and also I know that the community appreciates the outreach that lets them know that the opportunities are available. I say that because your work is sometimes not recognized like it should be. So I just want to say to, especially to the public who's watching, it's a very well-managed fund and office. There's been nothing that would be considered to be controversial. So that's a good thing. It's been based on the fact that organizations in need have been provided with funding support. It's one of the good things that we do in the city of New Orleans, and with regards to the mayor's office and the council, that we fund. We fund a lot more than police. We fund a lot of good things taking place in our city. And it's one of the reasons why people enjoy living in the city of New Orleans, because I know that we generalize it and say, oh, there's a lot to do. Well, you know something? There actually is a lot to do. A lot of culture, a lot of art, and support that's provided by government. City government makes a lot of that possible. And I thank you all for being good stewards of the funding and also of just promoting the culture of our city. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, Municipal Yacht Harbor, the New Orleans Building Corporation, and Aviation.
Good morning. My name is Brian Whited. I'm the executive director of the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation.
That's how long
He
is
is
it?
our Deputy Director, Ariane Robinson. Just to preface, as you know, we're a public benefit corporation. All our funds are self-generated. We'll do the department overview accomplishments, as you all know. Organizational chart is, we have, I guess, 8 staff currently. And our accomplishments this year, this continued resolution of FEMA claims, the West End Point area was completed and open to the public with added additional lighting and security. It's the biggest leftover from the Hurricane Katrina claim. Except the West End Fishing Pier, we're continuing to work with capital projects to complete that. That's still in process. West End Park, we're continuing to upgrade and remedy deferred maintenance of the trees, shelters, and other facilities. Permanent trash cans have been installed, drinking fountains and lighting upgrades are partially completed. It should be hopefully done by the end of the year, early next year. The former restaurant site at West End, we're working with Orleans and Jefferson Parish officials on the redevelopment of the restaurant site. We have engaged outside legal counsel to hire experts to facilitate the completion of an RFP and an RFQ. The community sailing, which is not a city organization, but is a good benefit to the city. We work with them and currently we help them relocate temporary facilities while they are in construction of their new building. And we always strive to deliver excellent customer service to all the parties involved with municipal yacht.
I'd like to interrupt here, and I know my colleagues may feel like I sound like a broken record on the redevelopment of the restaurant area, but a couple of different things. One is this has been a unique and hard project because it doesn't just involve municipal yacht harbor, it also involves the city and Jefferson Parish and the state, and trying and having good regional cooperation has been important. With that said, we also have a new council member in Jefferson Parish, so we have to get council member-elect Wilshenberg up to speed on this. And he just has not had an opportunity, I think, to sit down and hear from a number of different people about what's going on. You know, I feel like I've heard concerns perhaps that there needs to be yet another public meeting. We've had 2 already. I've conducted both of them, one with Representative Hilferty, another one on the MPP about the housing issue. I think it would be both inappropriate and premature to do anything until there's been enough discussion about where things stand and how the process works. And I just want to make sure of a couple of different things. One, Councilmember Van Franken and I fought to ensure that the cooperative endeavor agreement between the 2 parishes had specific language that said there shall be public meetings in both parishes. So nobody's process is going to be deprived. In fact, people have had more process than ordinarily happens. Number 2, I just want to be very clear that it is great if you can have unanimity on any project, but that is not going to happen. And the best that we should be hoping for is building broad consensus and not allowing a couple of opponents and objectors to sort of drive policy and process. So I just want to say that because I think there's been some concern, perhaps even hand wringing by some people that everybody must be appeased at any one moment. And if that happens, all you do is stall. And I think we've been more than fair with A, publicly discussing what's happening, B, doing it not only in 2 separate public meetings, but also in neighborhood meetings at Lakeview Civic and other places, and C, we are going to comply with the terms of the CEA and make sure that everybody has their day in court, for lack of a better term, and that they're heard. So I want to remove that from you. That is not necessarily your charge. It's ours. And I just want to make sure the public's very clear on steps and process. Thank you so much.
Moving on, additional department accomplishments. We are consistently maintaining over 95% occupancy of the marina and implemented a modern management system, which has made running the marina much more efficient. We developed lease and operational procedures to rent trailer storage in the currently unused portion of the West End parking area, which will allow us to generate additional revenue until any other developments are completed. And we're just addition of several just kind of general site upgrades. 2024 goals, fishing pier, would be nice to get moving. West End Park, same thing, continue to upgrade the deferred maintenance and make it a nicer park for everyone. The restaurant site development, again, in progress. Community sailing, they still will be building their building. It's going to be a pretty nice facility, so we're going to work with them to make sure that gets done. And the marina is to complete marina-wide Wi-Fi installation, which would put us on par with other nice marinas throughout the country. Budget summary. See personnel services reduction. Just we reevaluated our staff requirements, so that went down slightly. Operating expenses, our biggest increase in operating expenses, insurance, and then we also have operating expense dealing with the development of the West End area site. So basically,
Okay, let's get Mr. Burnside, then there's one public comment, and I will have a response to the public comment. Thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. Burnside?
Mr. Burnside's really tired. He's probably just gonna go sit down. He'll point out that the lease for 99 years was a little bit much from my point of view, but that's not on this piece of paper, and I am tired, and I'm gonna go sit down and let Councilman Druso enjoy himself.
All right, Mr. Hawkins?
All right, so we have a comment from Charles Marsala. He says the 2021 CEA created by Act 152 for New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, and the state of Louisiana stated residences as an option for development in the West End Lakeshore Park. The CEA was not renewed in 2022. What is the status, and how does New Orleans' new policy of no residences in that area impact any future CEA? At the city council meeting when the CEA was approved, Councilmember Jared Brissett praised having residences in the plan for developing West End Lakeshore Park.
All right, so I feel pretty confident that my office has provided Mr. Marsala the updated CEA. And if we haven't, he's more than welcome to have it. And also, as a matter of law, let me explain very clearly. City law is greater than a CEA. So the fact that the council has now eliminated through motion and will subsequently through ordinance housing in this area means that there can't be new residences. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, New Orleans Building Corporation up next. Aviation Board, Park and Parkways, and Algiers Development District around south.
Good afternoon. Whenever you're ready, you can
Hey,
start.
good afternoon, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to present the New Orleans Building Corporation's 2024 budget. My name is Cindy Connick. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the New Orleans Building Corporation. With me is Nancy Borland, our Chief Financial Officer. The mission of the New Orleans Building Corporation is to provide for the enhancement, improvement, leasing, and commercial development of publicly owned real estate assets and to stimulate economic development in the city of New Orleans. Our property and portfolio includes St. Roch Market, Sanger Theater, Hired French Quarter Hotel, DH Homes Apartments, DH Homes Parking Garage, Piazza d'Italia, of a multi-year schedule. Currently in 2023, we continue to work on behalf of and with the mayor and the council to acquire the state's portion of Duncan Plaza. Prior to 1955, the city of New Orleans owned the entirety of Duncan Plaza. In 1955, we sold a portion of the property to the state to enable them to build a state office building and the Supreme Court building. Our goal is to finalize this transaction prior to the end of the year. Harris continues to undergo its transformation into a fully branded Caesars property. In 2023, they opened a food hall featuring offerings from Bobby Flay, local chef Nina Compton, and the Cake Boss. In October, a new Emerald's restaurant opened. Several of the gaming areas have been renovated and are now open. And if you drive down Canal Street, you'll see that construction of the new Harris Hotel is well underway. We continue to work with our partners at the Lowe's Hotel to activate Piazza d'Italia and to properly maintain the architecturally significant site. We're happy to report that LunaFed is once again returning December 7th through the 10th. And several years ago, NOBC oversaw the planning process for a cohesive New Orleans riverfront. The plan is to connect the riverfront from Crescent Park to Spanish Plaza. It resulted in Moonwalk, immediately in Moonwalk being revitalized as well as Spanish Plaza. And so we continue to work in 2023 to work with Economic Development, French Market, Audubon, RTA, and other partners to finalize a plan for future development and, more importantly, governance. You all know that Riverwalk Shopping Center was sold by Howard Hughes to Rockstep. In October of this year, the council approved the creation of an economic development district and an amendment to NOBC's leases with Rockstep, which paved the way for additional restaurants and entertainment offerings on Spanish Plaza, enhancing public offerings on the riverfront. St. Roch Market, I think we can all agree, is an important part of New Orleans history. Earlier this year, the operator of the market made a distress call telling us it could no longer operate the market. In the process of ensuring the market would never close, an existing tenant stepped up to operate the market and continues to experience success. Food offerings have risen from 5 to 11, with Mr. Pato, our new operator, bringing in 6 new local food vendors over the course of 5 months. NOBC is planning several repair upgrades to the market, and those projects include new hot water heaters, updated sprinkler, and cold storage systems. And finally, Union Passenger Terminal is always a work in progress. Several projects are in the planning process. We are trying to position or working to position the station for what we hope is an influx of visitors utilizing the future Baton Rouge and Mobile rail service. So we've worked with Capital Projects to develop plans for building envelope repairs they're necessary and due to damage from Ida, and engage the appropriate professionals to develop alternate repair and refurbishment options for bus and rail canopies. So we hope to have those projects included in the future capital budget. As it relates to our 2024 goals, we look forward to finalizing the Duncan Plaza transaction with the state and turning our attention to coordinating the plans for the future development of a municipal complex. Harris Hotel construction is expected to be complete with a grand opening planned in the third quarter of 2024. With the opening of the hotel and the opening of the additional restaurants, will complete the transformation of Harris into a Caesars branded property that began in 2021. There are several capital projects planned at Piazza d'Italia. The fountain pumps need to be replaced, and we need to refurbish the clock tower. So we're hoping to get those accomplished in 2024. We continue to work with Rockstep on their continued planning for the addition of 2 new restaurants, the activation of a large restaurant that exists, and a stage in 2024. And it relates to St. Roch Market. We have they accepted an assignment of the lease, so we want to negotiate with them a long-term lease to continue their success at St. Roch Market. The fact that our projects are mostly multi-year is particularly evident at UPT. Anticipating the Gulf Coast and Baton Rouge rail service, we're planning a series of upgrades at the station. As you know, it was built in 1954, initially only having passenger rail service. Over the years, the station has become multimodal with train, interstate bus service, as well as local bus and streetcar service. Our plan is to upgrade the station, include refurbishing or replacing existing platform canopies, improvements to the first floor, both aesthetically and functionally, and vanilla boxing the second floor to position it for leasing. We always view our role in the development of city property to include continued support of our tenants in achieving their objectives. Some of those objectives are lease obligations and some are driven by the individual tenant's business objective. Our goal is always to support their tenants in their endeavors. And as it relates to our 2024 budget, we operate with funds generated from our developments and receive no allocation from the city's general fund. Over the past 10 years, we've returned $331 million to the city in cash, with an additional $20 million in in-kind contributions in property development costs. Our income, more than expenses, is held in accounts dedicated to capital projects, capital maintenance, and increasingly rising insurance obligations in our capacity as landlord and for future development of properties. We have a staff of four full-time staff members. We have no plans to add or subtract personnel in 2024. Our budget of revenues for 2024 is expected to total $23,463,256 and includes rents and other payments from the corporation's portfolio of real estate assets. The amount represents an increase in revenue of $1,313,108 over 2023. The budget includes $606,871 for personnel. The number reflects the citywide increase of 2.5. There is $22,856,385 in other operating expenses, which reflect a $1,253,156 increase due to increased property insurance costs and Union Passenger Terminal security costs. We found that our insurance cost alone at the Sanger Theater went up 135%, and our security costs at Union Passenger Terminal increased over 40%. The 2024 proposed budget is $23,463,256. It's worth noting that other operating includes $13,244,053, which is transferred into the city's general fund. So we appreciate the opportunity to present our budget and are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I want to say one thing before we get to Councilmember Morrell, I think, and then Councilmember Green, I think you found $10 million for the city this year. So thank you for that.
You did. You're welcome.
We appreciate the extra revenue. Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Green.
Thank you. So Cindy, I know you were watching yesterday's meeting with bated breath because you watch all of our meetings because that's what everyone does. Millions of people watch each day. Pontabla. I've had the pleasure of working with you for a variety of years, and you always find unique and very thorough solutions to difficult problems. It is beyond dispute that the Upper Pontabla cannot be used and managed the way it's been managed because it is not generating revenue. It requires a tremendous amount of upkeep and work to get to a salvageable state. As I heard the presentation yesterday, the first thing I thought is you and Building Corporation and how, as a city, when you look at how we manage our property portfolio, the fact that it is not centralized in a single place is why these problems arise. And I say that because just give me an idea, if the Pontabla was part of your portfolio, how would you address that issue?
You know, it's not anything that we've looked at before, so we'd have to give it some careful thought. And, you know, it's a very significant piece of real estate in the city and a very important part. I do think that that Leslie and her team at French Market have tried to, coming in new with a year or so, Leslie's been there, have tried to, in the process of analyzing all those things, to try to come up with a plan to address them. So I think they've been thoughtful about it. So I'm not, you know, you could sell something, you could lease it to a developer to try to get an income. But I think the issue over there is a lack of cohesive, it's been changed hands so many times, so things fall through the cracks. And so there are things, it's expensive to maintain the properties that we have. And I think you're seeing that in what their capital request was for that project. I mean, we have at UPT probably $6 to $10 million worth of work that needs to be done on the canopies. We just completed $4 million on HVAC systems that are self-generated funds. And unfortunately, with costs increasing, we now find ourselves in a position for the first time of asking for capital outlay to help position the building. So I'm sympathetic to French Market's needs and would have to give some thought to how what could happen with that property, given the current market conditions and how expensive it is to finance anything, the condition of the building, you know, and then the overall policy decision about, do we keep something that could potentially, with a little attention, generate a lot more income than disposing of it at some point. So I think it's an evaluation that needs to be done based on the rents that are received, the cost to upkeep, and then what the appetite is and what the market is. It's a timing issue too on those
Do you
properties.
think with some council direction, you'd be willing to work with Leslie and figure out what is the highest and best use for it? Because the biggest concern that I have, and I maintain it from yesterday, is that the challenge is that the city is not the state. And you know that from our previous conversations. Whenever the state self-insures, because the state has the ability with its much more significant bond capacity, that when something goes wrong, they just fix it through the capital outlay process. Because our capital process is a bit more restrained, if we decide to fix something, we can't fix something else. That's basically where we're at as a city. And when it comes to the building corporation, I think that the council is in a much different position because there's a clear through line that when we give capital outlay to the building corporation, you have such a definitive metric on what the ultimate return will be. It makes it more comfortable for the council to say, oh, we're putting some more money into the passenger station, for example, but this is the projection of the revenue it will generate that will offset that cost. Part of the challenge of what makes Pontabla so hard to swallow is that if you look at it as historic management, good or bad, it very seldom breaks even. And that if historically, whether hands were changed or not, it's a piece of property that's continued to struggle despite its location, it gets to a point where it becomes looking more attractive to give it to somebody like the lieutenant governor, to the state, to make it part of what is largely an historic courtyard that surrounds the Cabildo and the Presbyterian. Because that's basically how the state treats the lower Pontabla. It is a historic structure. They maintain the historic structure. Hopefully it generates some revenue from the residences and commercial properties, but the state really takes that obligation as it's maintaining an historic structure. As a city, we don't have the means or resources just to maintain something of the perpetuity unless it's going to at least generate enough revenue to maintain itself. And I think that your insight would be tremendously helpful in us making what that ultimate determination is going to be, because if it is a situation where we can have it managed better by somebody else, repaired to a certain degree with a long-term plan as to how it will generate revenue for the city, well, then it goes back to the idea of, well, if it's generating revenue for the city, which we can use for some other need that's out there, then it's worthwhile. But if we're constantly putting stucco, replacing roofs, replacing HVACs so that we can keep the status quo. I mean, I don't know when the last market study was out on rents on the Upper Pontabla. And I mean, to your point, we're not even looking at market rates for rents, what the market will bear for commercial or residential rent. And with a property like that, you have to always be pushing for the highest and best use, because that's how we both generate revenue and maintain the structure. So I hope you're amicable to the idea of lending some assistance when it comes to trying to figure out what's the highest and best use.
Of course, and Leslie and I work together on any number of projects, and our interests are aligned, and we share some of the same experiences, right? We're both dealing with parking lot operators and some common experience. So it's would be easy to work with her and to assist her. I think the analysis you're talking about, she has already begun. You know, she had Trepwise come in to do some work for her. And I think that the corporation's finally getting some attention that it deserves to try to correct some of the wrongs in the past. But of course, we're willing to work with her and anybody else that you'd like us to work with.
Right. And I think it's more important. I appreciate the timeliness of how we need to get these capital projects done. But when determining whether or not we're going to spend $8 million on a capital expenditure, we have to have something in front of us showing that that expenditure will lead to a positive revenue generation that will justify the cost. And I appreciate we kind of want to staunch the bleeding on the Pontabla so that it doesn't continue to deteriorate. But if we come to a solution that requires a third party to do investment as part of a deal for them coming in, I think it's a lost opportunity if we are on the front end doing all of that capital cost and we're not factoring into how we're ultimately going to profit off of it as a city.
I think it's a valid point and it merits analysis, and we're happy to work with Leslie to get you the analysis you need and feel comfortable with in making a decision.
Okay.
It'll be you guys' decision.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the many years that you served in this capacity and served well by making money available to the citizens of New Orleans through the corporation to get other work done in the city. I appreciate it. My question was actually as a member of the French Market Corporation board related to the Upper Pond Talbot, so I don't have to repeat it. So you answered the questions. Councilmember, the President Morrell asked the questions that I was going to ask, but I appreciate your willingness to work with Ms. Alley, at the French Market Corporation to address, an asset that exists within our city. But at the end of the day, we know the city's limitations. I've learned them more, and it's not to say that we aren't getting the work done. We just have so many properties, and some of those properties, such as the Pond Talbot and the properties that are managed by the building corporation, are so much of an important part of the history and also the culture of our city. It's worthy to look at the opportunity to maybe do something a little bit different on that asset. So thank you for being willing.
Absolutely. And the members of our team will be happy to work on it as well. So we often do everything as a group.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention something because it's actually very pertinent to what Council President Morrell had just talked about, and also Councilmember Green about, a very important piece of property managed by the French market. And then obviously you all manage a variety of really important properties for the city of New Orleans as well. I think the public would be interested to know that we are currently conducting a study about potentially creating a similar to New Orleans Building Corporation, or maybe it could be an expansion of the New Orleans Building Corporation, to see if there's a path to put all of our city properties into one entity. So it wouldn't be what we've just talked about. It's like French Market's coming up with this plan and, talking to Cindy about how she can help. I mean, it would be great if it was all under one group. So I'll be interested to see that study. I don't know what it's going to say about the possibilities of creating this one entity. Other cities call it economic development corporations. And we'll see whether creating an EDC that brings all the properties underneath it would be something useful. It certainly has been useful for other cities. So we'll see what it says about putting one in the city of New Orleans.
Fair enough.
I forgot our chairman was gone, and I think I'm chairing right now. So Mr. Burnside, come on up.
Some days it's easier to say positive things than others. And hopefully I'm able to pronounce the lady's last name correctly this time. Ms. Connick, I suppose, Director Connick, is an impressive figure, and I'm glad she's a city employee. Unfortunately, the city has a lot of problems when it comes to buildings, and some of them may be under control and some of them may not be under her control. But the bar of highest and best use is pretty high. And when we're talking about the bar of highest and best use, we have to include property tax in our considerations. So if these buildings were owned by a private entity, was a nonprofit, we also would not get property tax. But if these entities were owned by for-profit individuals, we would collect property tax on some significant in our discussions, whether we want to own this as a city or not own this as a city. And to ignore the property tax calculations is to ignore significant amounts of money. So the highest and best use, for me, I would like to talk a lot about the Amtrak land because I haven't done it. So the Union Passenger Terminal, right, backs up onto a railroad track that goes off to an Amtrak train repair yard, and then has 6 miles of city owns all this, by the way, and leases it to Amtrak, but land, 6 miles of land that spreads out, and the whole thing is fenced. And the whole thing's fenced with iron fences that have sharp points. And the interesting thing from my point of view is that when the rail crosses the parish line with Jefferson, the fences absolutely stop immediately. It's like a giant knife just cleaved it. And Jefferson Parish benefits or suffers from a lot of at-grade crossings, most of which are designed for cars, of course, instead of pedestrians, but there are a large number of at-grade crossings inside Jefferson Parish across railroad tracks. And that does not occur in Orleans Parish. And the result, from my point of view, as a person who's only lived here 8 years, is a giant Berlin Wall that starts basically at Orleans Parish line with Jefferson and basically encompasses sides. There's this giant iron fence. So you cannot even walk across the railroad tracks to access the bus on Airline Highway. And so this fence divides my neighborhood, right, Central City.
Start to wrap it up, Mr. Burnside.
Okay. My brain's not working real good, so perhaps Ms. Connick and I can talk later about this subject. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to discuss that.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Connick. Any other questions? Seeing none, no public comment. All right, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, New Orleans Aviation Board, please. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, introduce your team and you can get started.
Okay. Good afternoon again, and thank you very much. I'm Kevin Dolio, Director of Aviation. To my left, far end, is Walter Krogowski, Deputy Director for Operations and Maintenance. Next to me is Carmen Robinson. Carmen is the Acting Director of Finance and Administration. Jamie McCluskey, to my right, is the Deputy Director for Planning and Development. Philistine Ferrand is our DBE Liaison Officer. And the Gestapo on the end, our legal counsel, I'm sorry. It's Michelle Allen Hart. She takes good care of us at the airport, keeps us out of trouble. In the presentation, just the first slide is just for your reference. It's our organizational chart that lays out our various divisions and the reporting structure in the divisions. The agenda today, as requested, we'll talk through the airport accomplishments off the goals we set for 2023, and then our airport goals for 24. Budget summary and budget request for 24, and then new initiatives at the airport for 2024. And our accomplishments, the goals we spoke to last year, we presented our budget, were for the completion of the Taxiway G and Taxiway B extension project. That project has been completed or will be completed in 3 weeks. So we'll make it well before the end of the year. We wanted to get through 40% of at least 40% of the master plan we had initiated. We're at 50% completion to this point. On the South Campus development was to initiate demolition plans for selected areas. That process is ongoing. Demolition plans have been initiated with structure coming down, others under contract to come, and the AB Concourse Complex at 30% design to take it down as well. Cost per employment to maintain a competitive CPE for the airlines, and our CPE of $5.99. for the year. The projected CPE coming in for the year is pretty low, and it's well below the $10 target that's set for the airport. And to meet and exceed participation goals for DBE and SLDBE, we've exceeded the goals. And to retain and identify opportunities to recruit more airline service or air service. And in fact, the next slide speaks to additional air service that came online during 2023. Breeze Airways was very active with the list of destinations that came online with them, and continue with New Orleans as one of their key operations bases, one of 5 in the country. Silver Airways launched Tampa service. You see Alaska give us some special segments to Portland and San Francisco during Mardi Gras. We expect that might be repeated by Alaska as they test the market during that period of time. Southwest expanded West Coast flights with Oakland and Long Beach, California, just starting recently. And Air Canada will bring on, first for them, Montreal service in November of 23, just returning in November of 23. This next slide, I promise it's not the slide you saw last year. These are new. This is an additional set of accomplishments and recognition we received in 2023. The most recent being the third down, received from USA Today's 10 Best Readers' Choice Award poll, #1 Best Airport for Dining, 3rd Best Large Airport in the country, and #6 for Best Airport Bar in the country. There was a number of categories, and we placed real well in those 3. Back to the top is ACI's ASQ program, Airport Service Quality Program. We finished as the best airport in our category airport in 21 and 22.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Excuse me, apologize.
Sure.
But I think in a couple of years, I've read USA Today articles that we were best airport in terms of cleanliness and presentation. What happened to that? Did we not get it this time, or where are we ranked? And thank you.
It was I'm going back to a hidden slide. I'm sorry. The best hygiene measures in North America and Airport Council International's ASQ program back in 20, I think again in 21. I don't think we finished very high this year, but not at #1 for that particular category, either 2 or 3, somewhere in there. We recently opened, pictured here, a new military lounge in May. It's something we targeted as we were coming into the facility, but took care of other pressing needs going in. The military lounge came on in May. Our new boardroom opened in January of 23. And our administrative offices are under construction now in the facility. And we plan to be in by late 24 or the first part of 25. I'll ask Jamie McCluskey to speak to this next slide, the construction slide.
Good afternoon, Council and Chairwoman. The construction update, going from the upper left corner there, that's the baggage handling system, which is 75 complete. This is an airline-driven project that provides additional conveyors and belts and a logic and control system as they ramp up their air service. It also provides a redundant line in that system that was requested by the airlines. Moving to the picture right next to it, that is our administrative office area, which is about 25% complete. Right now that the floor slab has been poured into that structure, and that's a two-level office area within the airport itself. Towards the lower left, that is the ancillary administrative offices that provide ground transportation and customer service offices. That's 100% complete. And then on the lower right, that's taxiway G and B extension that's driven by needs on our airfield. That project, as the director had just noted, is going to be complete 100% in 3 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. And next slide, I mentioned the recognition we received for our concessions program in the airport. This next slide really speaks to revenues in the program. We actually 2023 versus 2019, the last full year of operations before the pandemic, we finished the comparator with 6% fewer employments, but 27% increase in concession sales for like periods in those 2 years. So it really speaks to the improved concessions program, the better offerings, and that the traveling public has taken to the program a lot more than in our old program in the former facility. We also were the recipients, as airports across the country were, and it was much needed help during the period of the pandemic, of several grant awards from the federal government to help airports continue to operate and pay bills through the pandemic. And this is just a listing. I won't tick through this full list of the dollar amounts that were awarded to us and what's been used to date. There's very little left to spend, and it will be completed in 2024. I mentioned the cost per employment on an earlier slide. This slide shows a little bit of a 5-6 year history of our CPE over time, and you can see at $5.99. This year is at the lowest point it's been over the past several years. That number will fluctuate as expenses and employment shift over year to year. DBE participation, Ms. Ferran will speak to that slide.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members. Phyllis Ferran. I'll discuss the DBE participation for fiscal year October 2022 to September of 2023. The first graph to the far left is our DBE program without the North Terminal construction. Our overall program goal at that time is 25.64, and we are attaining 34.75%. The graph next to that is for the North Terminal construction only. The overall goal for the North Terminal construction was 33.09%, and we are attaining 25.14%, and that's pending the overall review of good faith efforts and additional scopes of services that have been added to the project. The next graph is for the SLDBE program. Our overall goal for that is 35%. And we are actually exceeding it at 56.11. The next graph and final graph is for our airport concessions program. The overall goal for that program is 23.93, and that's revenue and procurement attainment. And we are currently attaining 25.26%. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Philistine. And our airport goals for 2024, the baggage handling system modification project that Jamie spoke to a minute ago, looking to be 100% complete in this year. The master planning process at least 75%, potentially complete by end of the year or into early 25, but at least 75% complete. Same with the administration offices that are under construction in the facility now. There'll be another taxiway rehab project that we'll look to get 75% through by year end. And also the goals of maintaining a competitive CPE and continuing to meet and exceed the DBE and SLDBE goals. The budget request for 2024, Carmen Robinson.
Good afternoon, council members. This year's budget request moved from 153 million that was approved last year to 167.9 million for 2024. These numbers include all of our O&M costs, our debt service, which makes up a very significant chunk of the budget, and other costs. The move from 153 million to 167.9 million was primarily due to an increase in debt service needed to support the capital program. And on the operations side, the budget provides for increases related to insurance, safety and security, increased janitorial costs, supplies and materials, and then the citywide approved pay increases. We have not requested any new positions for 2024, and we are actively working to fill our current vacant positions. On the next slide, it gives you a breakout of our revenues used to support our expenses. The first two lines represent our airline revenues, and the next two lines are our non-airline and non-operating revenues, consisting of items like food and beverage, news and gifts, parking, interest, and grant revenues.
Speaking of some of the we've increased to the positive pretty significantly in 2023 as opposed to 2019. So doing very well with those metrics, which are key metrics in measuring our performance. With new initiatives, I mentioned the master plan. Master plan will be ongoing through this year. It master plans for airports or 20-year look aheads for airports, and do an inventory of facilities and capacity you have on hand, project traffic into the future for passengers, cargo, and other users of the facility, makes recommendations as to capacity growth needs, and takes you through various alternatives until the best alternative and funding plan is selected. So this master plan would be a pretty robust master plan dealing with our facilities, and the fact on the front end, giving us a real good look at how we connect to and move our passengers from the heavy rail line as the New Orleans Baton Rouge rail comes online with an MSY stop. And I'll let Jamie speak a little bit more to the specifics of the master plan process.
Good afternoon again, board members. So right now we are midway through the master plan process. And in this part of the process, we reach out to our airline stakeholders and get input from them as we start to put together what we call our development alternatives. Once we get through our development alternatives phase, you can see in that flow chart, the next component is we start to look at a capital development and the funding of that particular master plan. In the upcoming year in 2024, we'll continue our outreach, and we start to reach out to the community and reflect all the input that we've received from all our different stakeholders at the airport. It's anticipated next year that we have 75% of the master plan complete and moving towards its completion as a document, which will be a strong policy document that'll help guide us in our 20-year development. And with that, I'll hand it back over to the director.
Okay, well, thank you, Jamie. And at this point, we'll take any questions if you have any.
Councilmember Green? Yes. Thank you for your presentation. I have a transportation committee meeting on the 30th, but this is such a thorough report. So all 6 folks don't have to show up on the 30th, but it might be an opportunity to just, repeat some of this information for people who didn't watch budget hearings. But I just want to tell you the fact that you all are all here and available to answer the questions is appreciated. So I'll look forward to seeing maybe 2 representatives on the 30th. All right.
Okay.
Now, that's not actually my main question, but I just want to say that in terms of your calendar. A lot of agencies have come before us and told us of the great success that they've had relative to hiring and don't have as many vacancies. And I really push people getting involved with the city as employees of the city because and the airport and all, because those jobs are great jobs. They pay benefits, they have retirement and the like. Could you talk to the public about some of the benefits of working for the aviation board? And is there a reason for the aviation, for the airport? And is there a reason why that we can help with that might help fill some of those jobs?
Well, it's kind of a multifold, if you will. As we went into the pandemic, as vacancies occurred, we went in with some vacancies. And as vacancies occurred for budgetary reasons, we held them. We weren't out actively looking to hire through that period. There was budgetary strains on airports across the country. You see the amount of revenue that the federal government pitched in to help airports through that period. So it was more out of being pretty fiscally responsible from a budgetary perspective that we weren't filling vacancies at that time. We initially, as we started emerging from the pandemic, we didn't lose as much as we were hearing around the country from other airports. But towards the tail end of the pandemic, we started seeing the impact some too, with pay that was being offered outside of the sector we function in, attracting folks away, even with our programs to bump pay, to retain folks. We still lost a few that way. But then on the other side of it, though, as we're now in and looking to fill vacancies and we're actively pursuing candidates to fill vacancies, it's more competitive. And it's tougher to go out and just as freely find and hire people as it was prior to the pandemic. But still, we're having some success there as well. Airports, gosh, it's an industry I kind of backed into. I'm absolutely very, very happy I happened to back into the industry. It's an excellent place to be. It's an industry with great potential for those that will come in and do the hard work and look to grow and continue to grow and learn in the industry. So it's an absolute great environment to come into. And on top of it, you have all the benefits of being in this industry and the dynamic nature of this industry and the benefits that go along with a city agency. Pension plans are like gold these days. You don't find them out there that much. And it's something we use in speaking of folks to help attract. It's a darn good benefit to have. The pay is, I think we pay pretty well for an airport and an airport in this environment. So the pay is good, the benefits are good, health benefits. It's just a great place to work and it comes along with great benefits. And you enter into an industry that's just a very dynamic and growing and fluid industry that kind of keeps you young, even if you've been around since 1976. All right.
That was a good commercial. We try to get folks to fill those jobs. What's the website to which the members of the public who are watching can go to express an interest and find out what jobs are available?
It's flymsy.com. They can go to our website, and the city's website also posts our vacancies.
All right. I want to encourage the public to recognize that there are many opportunities in our city, including at a well-ranked world-class airport. Go to that website and find out what opportunities are available for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back to slide 16, please? Okay, so I guess this is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. in your professional services section of the budget, I have seen over the last 4 years, you've doubled your budget as far as temporary staffing. And I guess my question is, I'm just trying to understand how much temporary staffing is currently at the airport and why is it so necessary? I guess the question, that general question being that obviously from a governmental standpoint, not a private industry, but governmental, our preference is always to have permanent jobs, not temporary jobs. And whenever I see any agency that seems to be accelerating temporary employment versus permanent employment, it just kind of, I wouldn't say raises a red flag. It's more of like a yellow flag of, well, what are we doing that we're not filling permanent roles and are seemingly needing to increase temporary employment? So can you kind of give me an overview of why that's occurring?
It's been primarily related to, it's a mix of things, but primarily related to the issues I spoke to a minute ago, and going out and finding folks to bring into positions on a permanent basis. In some situations where we're not able to hire right away, even though we're advertising and looking to do so, temps have come in handy to bring in on a short-term basis to help fill critical needs in the organization as we're trying to fill those critical positions. So that is probably what's driven some of what you've seen in the last few years as it relates to it's more pandemic related and bringing folks on. The other is the janitorial contract.
Okay.
Services, or those are temps. They come on through a temp service. They're permanently assigned to the airport. And it's really a situation where it's a contract. Those services have always been contracted out.
Right.
They've never been permanent airport employees. They've always been contracted out. And it's just a difference in how the most current contractor brings those folks on board. We use temp services to bring the people in, and it's a program that's been quite recognized.
You can see
how it's changed.
My confusion, because like I understand, like
it's changed the cleanliness of the airport, how those folks perform, how the contract overall performs as it relates to that service. So it's been very beneficial there.
I guess it's one thing. It's one thing if we are hiring like Ramelli Services, and then they are hiring temps to do the work. But I guess I'm kind of mystified if we have a line item for janitorial services and we're paying a couple of janitorial services and we're hiring the temps for them. That doesn't seem to make sense.
Well, we're bringing the temps on with more control over the personnel in the program. We're paying essentially what we would have been paying and stepping it up to increase personnel over time. But we have more control of the process, and this arrangement, or the way it's contracted now, has performed much better than the process was performing before. And it's not new. We've had this in place for about 4 or 5 years.
Right,
it's not recent increases.
I guess if we're directly hiring temps for janitorial services, why do we have a separate professional services contract for janitorial services?
We hire temps through the service. That's the personnel. We have a consulting contract on board to help us in managing the program, and they're working themselves out of a job as we're able to bring more folks on, and they train us in managing the program. Then that contract goes away. So
the ultimate goal is for you to do your own janitorial. The
goal is for us to do it all.
Going back to the first comment, then there are plenty of companies throughout the country that prefer temporary workers to permanent workers, largely because they're avoiding paying benefits and all the things that are tied to a permanent worker. So when we're looking at those 62 unfilled FTEs and we're telling the public, come work for the airport, you've got great pension and great retirements, then at the same time, we're going, well, when you're janitorial staff, you're a temp worker and you don't have any benefits. That seems to be contradictory.
Well, we haven't changed anything in how people have been hired to perform those services for decades. We changed the makeup of the contract, how it was structured, so we'd have more control to have a bigger hand in improving the services that were provided in our program. And it's worked extremely well. But nothing else has changed. As far as the FTEs and the vacancies, those positions we've always had have actually grown in number in terms of people that will work directly for the airport. And we're out actively pursuing people now to fill our positions.
Is there a reason why there's a preference for temporary workers for janitorial services versus permanent workers?
Well, it's when we made the adjustment to how the program was managed, we didn't move off what had been in place for ages in terms of how those folks were brought in. And so they're in temporary, but we are working into managing the program. And again, the changes we've made have been very effective.
Well, I've with all due respect,
and we haven't increased the temp services in that arena, although that's the largest number of temps.
Well, I'm less concerned with the service and the practice, which is that if we're going to have janitorial services and they're going to be perpetually temporary in nature, I would say as a policymaker, whenever I see a specific vocation that is being made temporary in nature perpetually, and you haven't really articulated to me why is it superior to have temporary janitorial staff versus permanent janitorial staff? Because I can tell you that I know a variety of people, my elders coming up, where people would always say like a government job is a good job, has a pension, has a retirement, has healthcare, and there are people who put their kids through school as janitors or taxi drivers or the like. So whenever I see something that is permanently temporary, it gives me great pause. And I appreciate that's the way things have been done at the airport, but it doesn't mean we can't do it better. And I mean, I guess my concern is, and I haven't really got an answer, what makes a temporary janitorial service person superior to a permanent one?
Let me tell you this too, and it has changed and it is better. These folks do now have health care.
Okay.
And a 401k.
So they have health care and a 401k. Is that through you or through?
We pay the costs of the contract, and then the contractor provides those benefits to their people.
I'm so confused. So these people are not airport employees, but part of your contract with the company having them means they're required to have a 401k and healthcare.
The company does provide that to their employees.
I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer, but it's an answer.
Good.
So I'll go with that. I think that I'll just reserve the right to have some follow up over the course of the year. But I think that as a city, as a municipal government, I really, like I said, I have significant issues when we have perpetually temporary people, because as someone who comes from a family with a whole lot of unions, perpetually temporary people seems, I'm trying to think of a polite term, it's unattractive to me, because it seems like you're preventing people from permanently settling into a role or a job if it's something that they are successful in and have an actual interest and want to perpetually keep that specific job. I appreciate this. Generally speaking, I know nationally there is an increasing lean on temporary agents, especially post-COVID, because obviously you have positions that are vacant. And it's one thing when you've got a vacant position that's being repeatedly advertised, have a temporary employee because you have no choice.
Right.
But it's another thing when you have like perpetual temporary people. It just seems like that is not necessarily something that in government we want to encourage or perpetuate. But like I said, you gave me an answer. I'll follow up with you over the course of the year and see if we can figure out something about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick follow-up to that, because now I'm just kind of curious. So on it looks like you've got, let's see, 2 vendor contracts for temporary services, one for janitorial and then another for on-call staffing. For the janitorial one, it looks like it's $700,000. How many temporary employees does that bring in?
I don't have, you have that number?
I don't have the number.
Okay,
there.
I can get that to you.
Yeah, that would be great. And then the largest contract that you have, the largest vendor contract, is for on-call staffing services. That's separate from that 700,000 janitorial one. This one's for more than $5 million. And so I'm just wondering what employees, what temporary employees is that for? And how many does that cover?
The bulk of that is the janitorial employees coming through that. The smaller contract you're looking at was a consulting contract that Councilman Morrell was referencing a few minutes ago. So the bulk of this is the janitorial employees, and we'll get you those numbers.
So you have one firm that's just doing consulting on janitorial service?
Managing the services, that's the contract I spoke to earlier that is working
That's one
themselves out of
company.
a job, right? Okay.
Yeah, but their budget has increased since 2020, went down in 21, and then it's been consistently the same in 2022, 23, and 24.
And then you'll see it decreasing.
Yeah, I don't have the further numbers out than that. I just have the 24 where it's the same at 700. And then on the on-call staffing, it's gone from 2.4 in 2020 to more than 5 million now. So if you could give me a better breakdown as to how many employees we're talking about.
Sure.
That would be helpful to me. Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
All right, seeing no more questions.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
See you on the 30th.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside, that was my bad.
And I'm not going to be able to do justice to myself in 2 minutes, but I'll give it a shot. Really short version is that I honestly believe the airport should be given to the state of Louisiana and just handed to them and said, here, congratulations, you now own an airport, good luck. I don't want to beat this to death, but when a person whom I knew who is now dead and homeless talked about them people and those people and how these words really, really pissed him off because he didn't want to be a them people or those people. And I would not want to be a janitor at the airport. If the janitors at the airport are those people, they're not us people. And if they're not us people, I don't want to be part of them. We don't have a listing of the positions. We don't know if they're airport fire people. We don't know if they're airport police people. We don't know how many are empty and we don't know what their salaries are. None of that information is given to us and we don't know what the debt service is either. Again, the numbers are not given to us. The restrooms in the history of the airport have been poor, and I don't mean the old airport, I mean the new one. The parking there is poor. I had a friend who completely missed his flight because some parking lot was closed earlier than advertised online. The airport gives us no money whatsoever, unlike the New Orleans Business Corporation. We gain no money for the general fund whatsoever from owning an airport. The rental cars in the airport have Texas license plates to the point that when my sister came to visit me, and I live in a very bad part of town, and she wanted a Louisiana license plate, hoping that it would reduce the chance of a car break-in, she found it next to impossible to get one since well over 9 out of 10 cars out there have Texas license plates. A friend of mine's a contractor. He dealt with the repair of the sewer line out there. He told me horror stories I don't care to repeat here in the 2 minutes I've got. The flyover is an extra $100 million. The vacancy of jobs is 25%. The average FTE is 117K each. It would be nice to hear about the bus 202 to carry people out there. And yeah, it would be nice to know who the contractors are receiving the contracts, maybe just the top 5.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to step out from it. I just wanted to say, every time I've called or needed something, I've gotten a very quick response, and I really appreciate that very much. So thank you all. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, next up, Park and Parkways, and then Algiers Development District. All right, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon.
Michael Karam, Director of Parks and Parkways, to present our 24 budget. To my left is Rebecca Grubbs, our budget coordinator. And before I get started on the progress of our 23 goals, I'd like to mention very briefly the work that our department does day in and day out that most of you or most of the public is aware of, but bears mentioning. The Joseph M. Bartholomew Golf Course continues its successful operation as the only municipal golf course in the city, with the recent opening of the bathroom and storm shelters, roughly $350,000 that was completed in the last few weeks. Our grounds maintenance team continues stabilized cutting cycle with new trailers, mowers, and a variety of new equipment. Our greenhouse and planning crew continue their invaluable work. We've had several successful festivals at our parks and playgrounds in Lafayette Square, Congo Square, including live theater at Congo Square for the first time. And our administrative staff continues their dedicated work, permit reviews, CEA reviews, reservations, and a variety of other tasks. This department works hard to be responsive to the public, and I want to thank them for their dedication and public service. So moving into the progress on our 23 department goals. It's a bit wordy, so I'll try and summarize as best I can. The first in general covers trees and the work that we've done with our partner organizations for the citywide reforestation master plan, as well as working on our citywide tree inventory and our coordination with our partner organizations, as well as improving technologies to how we better track and inventory our trees. And that goal has been achieved. We actually received this year with the reforestation plan as a part of the application through the Office of Resilience and Sustainability, an $8 million grant from the USDA through the U.S. Forest Service and our community partners. And this grant will focus on tree planting and maintenance over the next 5 years. Our forestry division has also seen an increase in administrative and field staff, and our planting partners are now tracking planted trees in our citywide inventory. So there are several movements when it comes to tree planting that we've seen this year that will continue in coming years. As I mentioned, the USDA grant, we also, moving into 24 for the third year in a row, have the $250,000 award that is administered through the department with GNOF to directly fund our planting partner organizations. We're also better utilizing in the ITQ process to get work done to address our backlog, ITQs. And also our partner organizations in general are seeing increases in plantings year in and year out. And on the maintenance front, we have funding within that USDA grant for the maintenance of trees, as well as the continued focus on the backlog reduction of the $3.4 million that was funded through one-time funds, which we'll talk about in a bit. And as I mentioned earlier, changes to our forestry staff and the expected asset management system, which will come to the city hopefully next year, which will help us better manage our tree inventory. And up next in red, focusing on bond funds. The goal was to complete plans and solicit bids for $3 million in bond funded projects to focus on infrastructure repairs across the city, as well as our $1 million bond funded citywide green space restoration tree planting project. The tree planting project was complete, and that contractor is focusing on some replacement trees after a pretty challenging summer. But overall, 1,176 trees were planted, and we're very excited about that. On the bond front for citywide green space restoration, we're looking to have much of the $3 million restored in 24. And we currently have about 600,000 of that $3 million that we're working to have routed to bid. We also have $325,000 in bond funded Washington Square renovations that were complete, as well as $1.77 million in bond funded heavy equipment purchases that have either been completed or funds that are encumbered. Up next in blue, focusing on that new equipment, as I mentioned, more than $1.7 million in capital purchases and heavy equipment and crew cabs. And I'll go into just briefly mention some of the equipment that we've purchased: a Bobcat chipper, 2 Mott mowers, 4 tractors, 8 tilt trailers, 2 dump trailers, and we plan to receive 2 heavy dump trucks, a trash truck in Q1 of 2024, which we are really excited about. We haven't had a trash truck for a number of years, as well as 2 bucket trucks, which we hope will arrive by the end of next year or possibly early 2025. And also we've received through capital funds 8 crew cab or regular cab trucks. 8 through capital funds and 8 through general funds and 5 through capital funds. So a number of equipment, heavy and regular equipment purchased. Up next in red, the focus on our park partners to develop the citywide park and recreation master plan. That master plan is nearing the final stage of completion, with presentation before the committee complete and the publication and rollout forthcoming in a matter of weeks or months. So you all can expect to have that before you pretty soon. In orange, focus on community engagement through social media and community programming and greenhouse access. Our social media outlets have remained active throughout 2023 and continue to provide an effective way to engage and inform the public. Also, our greenhouse access has increased to the public this year through a CEA that was signed with Thrive New Orleans for them to focus on workforce development. So we now have Thrive working in our greenhouse to use a portion of it to work with their student population on citywide on green space work. Also, we are anticipating another CEA with Audubon Delta as a part of the USDA funded grant for them to have access to focus on growth of plant material. In blue, the implementation of the phased redevelopment of Brechtel Golf Course. So the current plan or the current state of Brechtel Golf Course is that we have the upper third, a contract, I'm sorry, not an ITQ is soon to be awarded for the cutting of the upper portion of Brechtel Golf Course, with the plan being to turn that into some type of passive space similar to what they have in the unused golf course in City Park. And then we also have a traffic study that is in process. And once that's complete, we'll focus on the plan for Brechtel Fields, which would convert the upper 20 acres of roughly 100 acres of the former golf course into usable multi-purpose fields. And so we'll talk more about that in a bit. Up next in blue, partnership with DPW, community groups, and other entities to focus on comprehensive and strategic green infrastructure education and maintenance programming. We are currently having monthly meetings hosted by the Stormwater and Green Infrastructure team for regular stormwater collaboration. As we have green infrastructure projects coming online, we are regularly working with them to establish a plan on how that maintenance will work moving forward, whether it's with Parks and Parkways, DPW, or other entities, and who will ultimately own and manage that space. One example of collaboration that we currently have is on green spaces with the Lafitte Greenway, where we're working with Friends of Lafitte Greenway, NORD, our partner planting organization, SOL, and Spakman Mossop Michaels to redevelop all of the bioswale, or a portion of the bioswales along the Greenway, with plans to further rehabilitate all of those overgrown bioswales on the Greenway in 2024. And then focusing more on the development of our tree planting initiatives, as I mentioned earlier, $8 million in the USDA grant fund to be spent over the next 5 years, as well as the second year of a successful rollout of the $250,000, but $225,000 that is issued to our partner organizations through grants. And those awards were just announced in the last 48 hours. And finally, planning to improve our communication with neighborhood organizations through a more streamlined process. That's something that's important to Parkways, and I know NORD, in that if we have a more streamlined CEA process for engagement with community groups and nonprofit groups, we can better manage our parks and playgrounds by harnessing the power of volunteerism. And so we look forward to working with you all in the administration to establish that, so that we can have better participation from the community in some of these neighborhood parks. And on to our 24 goals. We streamlined them a little bit to where the goals are a bit more straightforward, to focus on grounds maintenance, the implementation of right-of-way crews for regular tree maintenance and neutral ground and planting strip issues. You know, this issue has been brought to our attention over the years that that our neutral grounds are more than just, they need more attention than just cutting grass and focusing on the trees, but it's actually addressing some of the smaller issues that pop up. Stakes, divots, debris, more mulching of trees, and minor pruning. And so with the positions that we have in the department, we're looking to shift those from within grounds maintenance to focus more on fine tuning a lot of our public spaces to where, quite simply, they just look better, in addition to regular grass maintenance and tree maintenance. And on our parks, ensuring basic infrastructure is in place through our operating budget and bond funding. Lighting, receptacles, walkways, benches, similar to what I just spoke about with grounds maintenance. The idea of just focusing on basic infrastructure. If there are lighting issues in our parks, we intend to fix them in 24. And also, as I mentioned earlier, to come up with a workable CEA between Parkways and NORD, to where we can harness that power of volunteerism, as I said.
Mr. Caramel, if I could, right?
Yep, yes, sir.
The neutral grounds. You know, you've expressed concerns about the parking on the neutral grounds and how that causes damage up to in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can you explain your concerns about the neutral grounds, Esplanade, Rampart, and what you think the solution may be?
The solution to end neutral ground parking, or to reduce it.
Yeah,
it's a challenge.
And also how much that costs the city if we don't try to stop it.
So the current ordinance is that neutral ground parking is never allowed on, our vehicle parking is never allowed on neutral grounds. During heavy rain events, the administration lists those parking restrictions and vehicles are allowed. We've had extensive talks with various groups within the administration and understand the need for that. But whenever there aren't rain events, and there haven't been many in 2023, unfortunately, we're finding that vehicles and the weight of vehicles, the damage that's done to turf and also to the tree roots is extensive. In 2022, we spent close to somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 to rehabilitate the turf at Broad and Bruxelles, just off of St. Bernard. We've spoken about that in the past. And what we found is that neutral ground parking continues in those areas. In certain areas, it's adjacent to, bars or restaurants or establishments. And I understand during festivals, that happens, but it's the repeated parking that does extensive damage to our natural spaces, to our turf, soil compaction. It leads to additional runoff and obviously damage to the critical root zones of trees. And so the current enforcement mechanism is through the Department of Public Works, and it's a $70 fine. We've spoken with a number of you about possibly increasing that fine. I know that in certain areas, in Lower Esplanade, for example, the 400 and 500 block of Esplanade, during busy weekends in the French Quarter or during festivals, even if there are tickets for a car parking on the neutral ground, for $70, given the cost of parking close to the French Quarter for a night, for some people, I imagine that that's worth the cost of parking on the neutral ground, just paying the ticket and then moving on. So we're looking at increasing the fine. I'd love to revisit that with you and others. We're also looking at installing bollards in certain sections of the city where persistent neutral ground parking exists. Similar to what they have around City Park and other Nord parks. Bollards would be a physical impediment to vehicle parking. And so we're looking at that on Lower Esplanade. The 400 and 500 block, we're looking at that on Broad off of St. Bernard. It's two of our target areas as test cases to see if the expense and the reception of those bollards is worth it, because we can't stem it as a department unless you all want to. I know that there was an enforcement component to enabling Public Works and other departments. Parkways wasn't a part of that effort from the city council, but if we have the ability to enforce, maybe it's just a matter of us working better with Public Works. But what we're finding is vehicles continue to park on the neutral grounds and damage continues to be done.
Thank you.
So back to our 2024 goals, Congo Square and Armstrong Park. The focus there is to prioritize fountain and lighting improvements, and also to better activate the Armstrong portion of Congo Square and Armstrong Park. The idea that there are regular visitors to the park, and to have some type of activation in the park, whether it's smaller vendors, is something worth looking into, just to, again, better activate that very popular one of our signature parks. And also we continue to meet with economic development to focus on the master plan for the Municipal Auditorium in Congo Square and Armstrong Park. At the bottom, Brechtel Park, to prioritize lagoon and infrastructure improvements, and also to activate the passive golf course space, and to advance the Brechtel Fields project. Moving on, in our forestry division, the continued reduction of our work order backlog through the $3.4 million fund allocation, and in-house efficiencies through staffing, equipment, and our work order system, that we've look forward to having implemented. City facilities, to address green space maintenance of city facilities and surplus property through the continued utilization of ITQs and possibly contracts similar to what NOPL has, the public library has in place, to allow departments to better focus, to allow the department to better focus on its mission of parks and parkways. And what I mean by that is the public library put out a contract for the maintenance of their libraries, the turf maintenance. And what we're finding is that through surplus property and the various other facilities that we are responsible for maintaining, we have the ability to work with those entities. The ITQ process has been extremely helpful to us to allow us to have an informal bid process for up to $60,000 to get a variety of green space work done, but to work with those entities to allow them to better manage their landscaping and turf needs, and so that we can focus on larger public green spaces. And then the big one is the work in planning and design One is to prioritize the $550,000 that we have in state funded projects in Gentilly and New Orleans East to begin the implementation of the $8 million USDA grant in coordination with Resilience and Sustainability and our partners, to complete the remaining and restored citywide green space bond funded projects, to advance ARPA and fund balance projects, to complete the rehabilitation of Lafitte Greenway bioswales in partnership with NORD, and to then the continued focus on future collaborations with stormwater and green infrastructure teams. That completes our 2024 goals, and now we'll go into personnel. Before I turn it over to Rebecca Grubbs, I'd like to point out that we do have the same number of positions in 2024 budgeted as in 2023. What we saw in November of last year is that we had 34 vacancies, and as of today, we have 22. And so we're seeing a reduction in vacancies that were lingering from COVID times, and we're actively working to continue to reduce those vacancies and to put those to fill those positions for the jobs that I mentioned earlier. Rebecca?
Just to clarify what Mike was saying, that I know the number is different. I saw Giaruzzo's forehead like, what?
No.
It was the snapshot at the point in time in 22 that they took for 23. So our vacancies were not accounted for, but they allowed us to fill those, even though they were technically not in our budget. So that's what the difference is, but they are the same.
Thank you.
There is an increase for that exact reason to our personal services for our 24 budget, because of the previously vacant positions have now been funded, some of which have been hired as well. It's also the increase of 2.5 for the employee raises come January and the merit pay. There is also an increase in our operating budget. This is the addition of $2.5 million in our budget for pocket parks. That's ARPA funding, as well as the spend down of our one-time funds for the tree backlog, the 3.4. It's about a spend down of about I think it's about 1.3 million.
And so, no, go ahead. So we'll go into the one-time funds, the park improvement program. This $2.5 million was initially allocated to the Office of Community Assets and Investment, and we've been working on them to reprioritize funding is spent. We have a number of park improvement initiatives that we've been working on with OCAI, and we'll work with the administration to come up with a plan on how that funding can be directed towards parks and green space improvements. But the goal being to some form of implementation in Q2 of 2024. Similar to those one-time funds, we have additional one-time funds. I believe the $150,000 for the Real Timbers walking trail and the $200,000 for the Keller Center improvements were not a part of our numbers, but they are a part of our 2024 budget or will be added through an amendment. And we also have the $3.4 million for the second year in a row of one-time funding to reduce our tree trimming backlog. And just a note on that, at the bottom, you'll see that data on the tree trimming backlog. We've actually issued 58 work orders, which comprises 88 removals and 936 trims. And so of the 3.4 to date, we've spent 1.78, and a rough estimate of our backlog reduction has been from 58 weeks to about 40 weeks. And what we're finding is that through the utilization of our tree contractor and the ITQ process, we're able to focus or to better spend down these funds and to further reduce our backlog through those two processes. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you all have.
Councilmember Green.
I've learned to put things on the record as asking for something that I'd like to see down the line. So I'm going to ask you to be on the lookout for me asking the city council to get additional revenues for a long park off Peoples Avenue in Gentilly. It stretches all the way from Chef Highway to Leon C. Simon. It'd be great for a nice group of figure 8 parks or something really creative. I just want to put you on notice that that's what that is. If everything works out, it's part of the building of our green infrastructure. It's actually Sewage and Water Board has the right of way because it covers a canal, but it could be a tremendous asset over the years. I know that it won't work now, but it's just wasted space, you know, and it should be something more productive.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it is Sewage and Water Board property, and I know that linear parcel has been identified by the Parks and Recreation Master Plan as an ideal park space. And I think their staff within ORS,
resilience.
Yeah, resilience and sustainability. There has been some talks about in the past about how to convert that to what essentially is a greenway similar to the Lafitte Greenway.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. And it's just started now. I wasn't going to use Lafitte Greenway because it's different, boy, but it could be just as nice.
Yeah, it could be a similar asset to the community. That's for sure.
All right. The second thing is I'm going to, ask a little bit more as we work into it for that Gentilly Terrace Park. I know that the organization, the association got a grant to do some planting of trees there, but as part of the long range plan, just keep that park in mind and the value of it in that community. Obviously, the students can still use it. We're not going back into that situation, but the bottom line is that I also appreciate your help, your sharing of information, your communications with the principal of the school and the leadership of that school. As they've seen, everything has worked out well. Once Peoples is finished and the other work is being done, it'll be used a bit more, but maybe by next summer, we can think about a couple of things to do there.
Thank you. And I agree. It's a great community asset. I think we're looking at, through the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Engagement, the community will be planting trees there. So those will be the short-term improvements. And what we're finding, again, through the IT processes, that we are able to rather quickly install benches and other park infrastructure. And so that's something that can be done rather quickly.
You are a very cool character, but you have a great job. You have 180,000 trees throughout the city of New Orleans that provide shade, that suck up water, that we think about flooding, but we don't think about how bad things would be if we didn't have the trees that we have. Plus, I congratulate you on securing the grant that is going to allow us to plant tens of thousands of trees throughout the city. So that's really a legacy to the administration, to your work, and to the council too, because the council gets involved. I think it makes a big difference in the long-term viability of our city. So congratulations on that work. You many times don't tout some of the successes that you have. I see them. I see them because in my district, we have massive neutral grounds that have to be maintained. They're pretty well maintained. There are some changes that have to be made from time to time, and they're made, and I appreciate it. The combination of the work that you do and what the Gentilly Resilience District is going to result in is going to make that part of our city a place where after a while, I think people come and say, I'm also going to New Orleans because I want to see this resilience that is built into our city. The things that are being done to mitigate floods and things like that. So I appreciate the work that you do. Tell us a little bit about tree maintenance. I actually had someone from the media call me about the grant that is available to the organizations, but he wanted to talk about tree maintenance, of course, because we've had a couple of mishaps. Could you just talk about tree maintenance in general to let the public know that in addition to the planting of trees, our city is concerned about maintenance?
Sure. And thank you for those compliments. I would be remiss if I didn't pass those compliments immediately on to all of the dedicated staff of Parks and Parkways, in addition to the volunteer organizations and neighbors and all of those interested in protecting and preserving and expanding green space. So thank you. And I'll be sure to pass on those compliments. And when it comes to tree maintenance, the Forestry Division and the Department of Parks and Parkways is tasked with managing the city's over 110,000 trees. And so The process that we have in place is one of addressing work orders as they either come to us through 311 or through inspections done by our team of arborists. We currently have 4 arborists on staff, and that work is done either through the processing of work orders through trims or removals. And that is what the 3.4 million that we have in one-time funds is working to assist us with. So either the work is done for our in-house team. Our forestry division is roughly staffed at around 16 right now, or they are passed to our tree contractor for trims or removals. When it comes to right-of-way work and what I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the possibility of working with additional crews to focus on minor trims, removal of sucker growth, or just minor work that could be done with these smaller crews. That's something that we're working to hopefully implement in the near future. Those are generally more aesthetic, but when it comes to maintenance of trees, it's our forestry division through in-house work and through our contractor that are tasked with maintaining the city's canopy. 2023 was the hottest and driest.
And what did that mean?
On record.
People should know also what that meant for a lot of the trees that exist in the city now.
So in addition to the regular stresses that our urban canopy experience, the critical root zone being surrounded by concrete and impervious surface, damage done by vehicles, unpermitted cutting. You also have stress coming from, a year where we're seeing annual rainfall totals in the low 40s, whereas by the end of the year, it should be in the mid 60s. So, and also the heat as well. So those two factors combined with, past environmental stresses. Obviously, we've been fortunate to not have any wind events this season or last season. We have had tornadoes in the past. And also in 2021, we saw one of the wettest summers. And so it's really climate instability is the term that we are referring to these days, just in terms of not knowing what to expect next, but to anticipate having to deal with some type of stress, additional stress. And so the right-of-way crews and our staff currently, not to speak to the fact that we're not doing it, adding mulch to our newly planted trees so that they can retain the moisture from the watering contractor and our watering crews, and just focusing on the health of our newly planted tree canopy as well. The 1,100 trees that we planted this season, in addition to the several thousand that our partner organizations have planted, require constant maintenance. What we saw this summer is that trees that were established or were supposed to have been established after a year of watering, we're seeing stresses, and we saw a number of die-offs on rights of way that we're looking to replace in this upcoming planting season. So it's a matter of staying ahead of the curve so that we can be prepared for what environmental stresses are next to come.
Can you talk about the partnerships that you've established? These public meetings are an opportunity, and I know that I can stretch it out a little bit, but I know people are watching. They need to know that in addition to park and parkways, for example, the staff, that there are a group of organizations in our city, some of whom receive grants, some of whom do volunteer work, but they have planted, as you mentioned, thousands of trees. Can you tell the public about just those organizations?
Sure. Their focus for years, the NOLA Tree Project, Soul, Healthy Community Services, WaterWise. Some are younger than others. Some have been around for a number of years and have planted thousands of trees. Are primarily focused on tree planting. Again, parks, playgrounds, and the right-of-way between the sidewalk and the curb. It's their work that, in addition to funding from the department, either through bond funds or annual allocation from the council, or other efforts from our Planet Tree Trust Fund, where we're able to see growth in the canopy. Some of those organizations are starting to pivot, and it's worth mentioning that it's not just about planting trees, it's about maintenance. And so a portion of the $8 million from the USDA fund through the US Forestry Service is to focus on maintenance and to focus on workforce development to where we can better train, to focus on workforce development so that we can have more people in the field of forestry and green infrastructure maintenance. But it's, as I mentioned, not just about planting, but focusing on addressing the long-term maintenance, because once you plant it and that 1 year period is up, it's up to the department to maintain that canopy, and we can't do it alone.
Okay, appreciate it. Appreciate the work of those organizations. And I want to let the public know that you've heard some names mentioned, but you can
There are many
also
others.
check. What'd you say?
There are many others.
Many others. I want to encourage the public to recognize that those organizations exist. And if you want to get involved with something that's making a long-term difference in our city, that's helping to protect our city from flooding, but also lowering the mean temperature in certain communities and also making our communities more attractive, planting trees is an option. And we have a number of organizations that are doing just that. So I appreciate your mentioning them. And again, looking forward to working with you to continue to rebuild our urban landscape in terms of greenscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if anyone is interested, and if you don't have an outlet for volunteering with those organizations or any other organizations, to reach out to Parks and Parkways at NOLA.gov, and our team will gladly pass on volunteer organizations that you can get involved with.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I was hoping it got covered and I wouldn't have to say anything. There's significant outgrowth in our canals and in many of the waterways. Is there any conversation about, especially if there's heavy rain or flooding, when you talk about per square inch of water being able to settle and have a place to go, is that part of you guys' discussion when you talk about canal maintenance, maintenance of many of those areas that have grown extra foliage or extra plant life? Because I know at one time there was a study of a lot of the canals because of debris that was in them. But as I look to see during that drought period, I'm looking at canals that have trees grown in them, extra foot of grass, dirt piled up. So it would seem to me that diminishes a lot of the square footage of places where water can be stored and where we can have runoff if the canals and the waterways are full of plant and full of debris, full of trees and full of mud.
The canals and the majority of the city's canals are in Algiers and New Orleans East, and those canals, as you know, are maintained by the Sewage and Water Board. The conversations that we have with them, if there are issues that pop up and your constituents identify those issues, the best that we can do is to forward those to the Sewage and Water Board. We do have a good working relationship with them and regularly communicate with them on a variety of issues that crop up between our entities.
And I was just asking because maybe y'all could add some expertise in how to maintain them, because the growth, Citrus Canal, many other canals, the ones off the side of the Gulf behind, especially behind Park Timbers, sometimes it doesn't even look like a canal. It looks like a place for trees and plants. And I thought maybe they would rely on you guys for how you maintained it and how do you maybe minimize the growth, or if there are ways in terms of horticulture and some of the expertise that your people have that you could mitigate the growth.
Yeah, to any additional growth in the canals, the Sewage and Water Board really is the entity to focus on that, given their expertise in cutting canals with boom mowers. We don't cut many, we don't have boom mowers or contractors that regularly use them. And so it would really be with the Sewage and Water Board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, Mr. Burnside. And we have one online comment too.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So Councilperson Harris put $10,000 in the Parks and Parkways budget specifically for 1701 Simon Boulevard, and it's not listed here, and that's regrettable. Your employees on average make $70K for an FTE, which is amazingly low compared to many other numbers I've generated. You might think about a workforce development pipeline similar to what NOPD is generating down to age 13. Because after all, being outside is good. As far as this comment that something was technically not in the budget, I was going to say you've got a 25% vacancy rate, but apparently don't. Apparently your 23 actuals are not actually actual. Since I don't know what they are, I can't really use them. As far as other things that need to be mentioned in public, the post-planting care of trees, a lot of them are getting girdled because nobody comes along and removes those wind restraining straps that are then tied to metal poles, and those straps being made out of nylon do not rot, and then they just girdle the tree. It would be good to buy the Hannah land at the corner of MLK and Simon Boulevard and turn it into a real park, because of course the community uses it as a park, but anybody who looks online sees it's still divided up in building lots and someday will be turned into houses. And if we want a park there, we should own it. We'd like to know how many fines are actually given out for neutral ground parking. It might be interesting to know that. I personally would appreciate food trees in the public space. The World War II Museum gave a very interesting discussion on pralines in World War II and the use that the pecan trees were put to by poor people because they were in the public space. And I have to say, you are the first person in my memory to sit here at this table and thank his employees. So thank you.
Mr. Burnside, I worry that we're rubbing off on you because I went back and looked at your comment cards and I see NOCA, SPCA, NOTCF, MYH, NOAB, NOBC, and P&P. I know. You are not alone.
If I could just make
yes,
one comment,
absolutely.
Mr. Burnside, on the, I appreciate all the comments and your interest and contributions to city government through this entire process, in addition to the work that all of you seated before me have sat through. The girdled trees, Mr. Burnside, that is a focus of ours. It is a concern of ours because, as I mentioned to Councilmember Green, it's not just about planting trees, it's about maintaining them, and girdling and sucker growth and the lack of mulch it's a priority for us because the right of the planting strip between the sidewalk and the curb it's city property, but it's also somewhat of a gray area, and that oftentimes it is the resident planting that the city ultimately has to maintain long term. And so we're looking to make improvements on that for sure.
We do have one online comment. Mr. Hawkins.
All right, this comment is from Charles Marsala. West End Lakeshore Park is open to and used by all residents. New Orleans, please return West End Lakeshore Park to Parks and Parkways budget and at least place on a public agenda to hear the proposal of residents for adding recreation such as a bike path, pickleball, and to the 4.3 acres of East Lake Pontchartrain. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
And if I could make one comment,
please.
Plug for our December 9th annual tree giveaway at Parks and Parkways facility at 1 Green Parade Lane next to Dillard. That's Saturday morning, December 9th through the NOLA Tree Project. So I look forward to seeing you all there and the public to come and get your free trees. Thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I just want everybody to know that that's one of my favorite street names, Green Parade Lane. I like it. Go ahead and get your trees on Saturday, December the 9th. And while you're in the area, stop at St. Aug. That's right.
We knew it was kind of already said to intersect with Purple Night Way. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. All right. Last up, Algiers Development District. Thank you all for your patience. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Kathy Lynn, the executive director, next year to be 20 years in the position. And with me is our CPA, Sean Bruno. We're going to start out by covering the financials with you. Oh no, they've got my slides up. I can do those first if you'd like. that's the order you've got it, we'll go from there.
Okay.
We wanted to update you just real quickly on some exciting news and recent developments at Federal City. First of all, the beautiful building, the rendering of the beautiful building that's now under construction started about 2 months ago. It's going to be mixed income, independent senior residential development. And we hope, since the military base is there, that we'll have a lot of retirees from the military, something that they've asked for. So it will be market rate and affordable workforce housing. The second one is another historic 1900 circa building, beautiful building. This is going to be apartments, market rate apartments. And a second building will be built in 2025. The first one is set to start the second half of 2024. This just shows you where the buildings are located there. Most of you have been to the auditorium and you see 10B and 10A on the screen. Those are the senior living, and the apartments are 4B and 4A. Next is just a slide showing, we recently announced, and you may have seen in the newspaper, the expansion, huge expansion by the New Orleans Maritime Military Academy. They acquired from us 3 parcels that are in the orange, kind of brown orange colors. And they have big plans for expansion at New Orleans Riverside at Federal City. Also in the pink shows future development. Across from the Marine Corps facility, 8 acres will be multifamily housing also. And the 4 acres that you see in the pink color will be single family housing. So we have a lot going on for the next couple of years. It's very exciting. And with that, any questions on the development?
No, it is exciting. I mean, it's exciting to see what's happening. And I think that's a really good point that as you have people, we heard this morning from New Orleans Council on Aging, that as you have people retiring from the military, you have something right next door that may fit their needs.
Yes, we have a lot of military in Algiers from over the years. So now they're going to have more places. We're very excited. Thanks for all of the support that we get from all of you. And I'll let Sean cover the numbers with you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
With respect to the budget, we're budgeting total revenues of $4.1 million. Of that $4.1 million, $1.3 million consists of the state and city TIF funding that is expected to be received annually. Because of the increase in market interest rates, we have an interest of $120,000 that we have budgeted. We have rental revenues of $600,000. These are the rents that are collected from the housing on the Federal City property. We expect to receive capital outlay funds through the state that would be used, and we have a corresponding capital outlay budget below that would be used throughout the Algiers area. We also have production leasing of $25,000. You know, movies love to film on Federal City, and you know, we saw a downturn during COVID, but things are starting to pick up. As far as our other revenues of $1.6 million, like Kathleen mentioned, there's a lot of expansion going on at Federal City, and some of the property that Algiers Development District owned is being sold to both NOMA and the developers to put back into commerce. So that goes back in line with a lot of the activity that you see going on the Federal City property. With respect to our expenses, we have total budget expenses of $3.4 million. The bulk of the expenses relate to professional services of $815,000, and on template 5, there's a detail of the consultant that make up the $815,000. It's pretty consistent. Legal fees, PR for the public relations for the Federal City property, the management group, which consists of Kathy Lynn, Vanessa Duplessis, and Bill Garrett, who actually maintains the federal city and is in charge of the operations. And we also have the planning, development, and strategies group that's in charge of the development piece. They working with the developers and on getting stuff done on the property. Other than the $815,000, our next large expense is insurance. Our insurance cost has been increasing steadily. We hope that once we start the properties transitioning over to the developers, they'll bear a lot of those insurance costs. That's $460,000. We are continuing to pay on the loan for the levee walk trail. That's $115,000 in principal payments and approximately $30,000 for interest payments. We have repairs and maintenance of $975,000. Over the last couple of years, there were a lot of damage done by the hurricanes on the federal city property. And after evaluating a lot of the buildings, a lot has to either be shored up or torn down. So they budgeted $975,000 to get that work done. A lot of the revenues that will cover those costs were received in prior year from insurance payments. We talked about the rental revenues above for the housing, but we also have property management costs of $500,000. That's both costs to cover the manager that manages the properties, as well as just the general upkeep during the year. And, you know, we always recognize that things occur that's unexpected. So we did budget $100,000 of contingency funds. That makes up the $3.4 million of expenditures. So we are budgeting a surplus of $637,000. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Council members? Seeing no questions?
All right.
Hang on. Nobody, it's almost like nobody gets out of here without hearing from Mr. Burnside. So, Mr. Burnside? Well, that's all right.
That's what I am.
You're doing great.
Mike Clark, Burnside 2215 Felicity, and I know almost nothing about the Algiers Development District because, you know, it's on the other side of the, oh, Mr. King, Councilman King's not even here. Can't give him a hard time. Please, what a lost opportunity. Fiddle faddle. I don't know if I even want to talk now.
We'll fill him in.
All right, so Federal City seems to be a rather severe money loser because you're dragging in maybe 600K in rentals and you're tossing all kinds of stuff out, 500,000 to take care of the maintenance, and then you got 460,000 just for the insurance, and somewhere there was a mention about 75,000 for some sort of capital thing. I don't know why you're in charge of the housing in Federal City, and I don't know how you acquired it, but it's kind of like the, okay, I'm gonna try to say it correctly. Intaba building? Did I mess that up? I did. I can see people's faces. We may just want to sell the houses and let people pay property tax on privately owned houses. I don't know if Federal City can actually have that happen or what's going on, but we can't keep losing, you know, $500,000 here and $1 million there on some housing that we would all love to be privately owned if we could do it. Other than that, I don't have much to say, except I really do like that levee walk trail. I do. I've walked it several times and it is a beautiful view of the city. So thank you for paying for that.
Thank you all very much for being here. Barring anything else that happens, this concludes budget hearings. I want to thank the administration, the agencies for their participation, to the public for coming and participating, and to all of my colleagues who spent a lot of time on this. Very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would like to
great
take
day.
an opportunity to thank the staff of Joe Geruso for putting all of these documents together, for following up, for making sure that we had the information that we needed, and to being available for the public to answer questions.
And
thank you, staff.
And our budget office. Thank you.
And thank you to the chair. Thank you, Councilmember Drew. So we appreciate you.
Got 7 minutes? That was 7 minutes.